in your state, in your city, that will really tell you about what are some of these inequalities that are happening that we need to get involved in. You want to get young women involved? Young women are involved in social justice issues. So missionaries, you're going to have to embrace them and start these programs and these projects that embrace where they are headed in this 21st century. Sustainable cities and communities. Right now, we're going through redistricting. What does that mean? How can missionaries be a part of that? This is all part of mission work in the 21st century. Yes, we're going to continue to look and make sure there's no poverty. Yes, we're going to continue to be about helping to end so there will be zero hunger. Yes, we're going to continue to do quality education, but we need to expand in the 21st century so that we can increase our membership, so that we can actually be these real foot soldiers out here doing the work collectively to express and accomplish God's decrees and desires. So people who want to know what we're about, this is what we're about. The sustainable goals make it so concrete, so easy to follow. And you know, the mission statement of the AME Church that was printed in the discipline prior to 2008 talks about very concretely, it lets AMEs know what our mission is. Feed the hungry, clothe the naked, cheer the fallen. I don't want to get off into this, but you yourself do the research and find out what the AME Church is about. And when you find out what the AME Church is about through our mission, then you know the AME Church is about the sustainable goals. And if we are the Women's Missionary Society of the Second Episcopal District of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, then we need to be about these sustainable development goals. I hope you have comments and questions about that. The Constitution and bylaws. Again, this is what our 2024 Constitution and bylaws looks like in this large edition. That's a spiral. And of course, we have the same smaller edition of the Constitution and bylaws that we regularly have in the past. But this you have to know upwards, down, all around, in and out, the Constitution and bylaws in order to do this work of missions. I'm going to talk about life membership. And I'm going to talk about life membership because the Connectional Church and our 9th international president also, and we know in our district, has sent back applications that arrived in the connectional office for life membership when all the documentation was not there. The Connectional Missionary Society is sending back applications, and they are saying to Episcopal districts, if it doesn't stop, if the local society, because that's where your life membership starts with the letter from the local society. If the local society passes the person on, the conference needs to stop it. If this conference doesn't stop it, then the Episcopal district has to stop it. And so our former president, Sister D. Conley, she went to every annual conference WMS and presented the PowerPoint and explanation about life membership. So in the 2016-2020 Constitution and bylaws on pages 13 and 14, you can find out about the process and life membership. In the new Constitution and bylaws, the bottom of page 13 and page 14 and 15, so 13 through 15, you find out about the Constitution and bylaws. So I'm using these balloons again to demonstrate that those of us who are life members, we started off as that little balloon. And we kept moving and moving and moving and moving and sacrificing. There is a member, Deborah Sewell, who's a member of my church, and she and I talk about all the time how we used to take off work and go to all these missionary meetings, Jesus. And I remember once that I went to an executive board meeting, and I really went to the school system from my job when I was working for an agency with children who were seriously emotionally disturbed and their families, to the school system, because you're talking about good health and well-being. I was using all my leave for the church, and I said, I got to take some time for myself. So I went to the school system because I knew I would have my summers off. And I went in the middle of the year. This is a side story, the middle of the year, and in January. And so spring break came around. I had to call one of my cousins and say, girl, what do you do during this spring break? I don't even know what to do during the spring break. But I'm just saying all of that to say, so we made sacrifices. We made sacrifices. So if you want to be a life member, you have to remember this: it's continuous meritorious service. 25 years of continuous meritorious service on all levels. So you can't just function in your local society for 25 years, your conference, and maybe attend one quadrennial convention and neglect to attend anything that your Episcopal district does and send in your application to be a life member. It's on all levels. You cannot have participated up until, let's say, whenever you did, and then you stopped and you came back 20 years later and then send in your application for life membership. You have not demonstrated continuous meritorious service, life membership. So here are some life members from each of our Episcopal districts. The oldest one is 100 years old. But life members do come in all ages, but these are people who have sacrificed and have demonstrated continuous meritorious service at all levels for 25 years. So this is just a brief about life membership, and to know that if in fact I bump your name down from a list, you're gonna have to demonstrate. Some people say that I should just take people's names off, but I think I'm just bumping people down until you can document that you have continuous meritorious service at all levels of the Women's Missionary Society to become a life member. So these, as I said, are life members from each of our annual conferences who have demonstrated continuous meritorious service in the Women's Missionary Society. Okay. Amendments. There are approximately 32 amendments in the Constitution and bylaws for the 2020-2024 years for the WMS. I have them highlighted in my Constitution and bylaws. Our parliamentarian is going to send to the conference parliamentarians and copy the supervisor and myself so that we can send it to the conference presidents what those amendments are and where are they, and where they are. 21 of them have to do with the WMS, and most of those amendments simply are placing the financial secretary in those places where the financial secretary should be for the WMS. Now, let me say this to all presidents on all levels. Don't rush to get your financial secretary. We're going to start our annual series of annual conferences in 5 months. So, basically you can, in conferences, you have 5 months to seek out that person who is going to work with your treasurer in your conference, your area, your local, because the financial secretary is the person that collects the funds, keeps a record of it, turns the funds over with that record to the treasurer. The treasurer is going to continue to do what she does. And when the reports are given, the treasurer's report and the financial secretary's report should be the same. So that monies that's earmarked, let's say for disaster relief, stay in disaster relief in restricted funds. And everybody has the accountability, and the financial secretary is just going to help with that financial accountability. So there are 32, about 32. 21 of them, the WMS, there are 8 or 9 YPD amendments, and then there are 2 amendments that are in the appendix. Now, one of those amendments came from the 2nd Episcopal District by way of the Baltimore Conference, and that is the official attire for the WMS. And as you know, the official attire for the WMS is white with a touch of blue, or either all white or life members know is white with our life member stoves. Or if you're in districts 14, 15, 17 through 20, the robe and they have the robing ceremony, we know it's the robe with the leopard collar and the leopard skin on the hat. The amendments. Know your Constitution backwards and forwards. Know what the amendments say, what they mean. And if you don't know, ask. If you don't know what plurality voting is, because that's one of the changes, then ask what it is. So amendments. The real workers magnifying service. That's who we are. And for specifics about being a president and what we expect of a president in the Women's Missionary Society, I'm going to put in the chat this afternoon the YouTube channel that you can go to. And it's our 2nd Episcopal District WMS YouTube channel. You can go to that channel and there are some pre-recorded trainings. Right now, the trainings that are there are president, 3rd vice president, the historiographer, statistician, and the secretaries. The other trainings will be uploaded next week, and you can go to that website, have your own personal or small group training about any of the offices in the 2nd Episcopal District WMS. And if you have questions, you can contact the person who did the training, or you can invite that person maybe to your local society. We're virtual now, and you can have a discussion with that person about their office. So the real authentic, that is, workers, foot soldiers who are divine, we are finely tuned instruments of God, who are expressing and accomplishing God's decrees and desires by magnifying, and that is expanding the work of missions, doing that unglamorous service. That's who we are as the real workers magnifying service. Are there any questions?
Madam President, there was a question in the question and answer.
Yes.
And it says, for a young missionary on this journey to life membership, are you suggesting that we attend all executive board meetings?
I'm not suggesting that you attend all executive board meetings. I'm suggesting that if you are interested in being a life member, then you're going to attend more than one, because you're going to find out how the connectional WMS works and operates. And we're a connectional church. So there are people that I grew up with in the 8th district that I see at all these connectional meetings. And so you will form friendships with other missionaries from all over the world that it will enrich your life and expand your horizon so that you can really be about the work of missions. So not only learning about the work of the WMS at the executive board, but really getting to know this connectional church, and that we are all connected because we are all truly children of the Most High God. So I hope that answers that question. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. And now I'll return it back to Sister Sheila Van Hook McDonald, our Episcopal District PME Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President Moore, for your leadership and your call to missions. That was phenomenal. Our next presenter is Ms. Azzy Y. Conley, our 2nd Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society Foundation's Chair. She is a member of St. Joseph AME Church, Durham, North Carolina. Her servant leader is the Reverend Dr. Jonathan C. Augustine. Ms. Conley is a member of the Board of Trustees. She serves as the church treasurer, the chair policy and procedures committee. She is a member of the Ladies Ushers Board, Women's Missionary Society, lay organization member, She's an active member of the following committees: 501c3, 152nd Church Anniversary, Pandemic Response, Hospitality, Security, and the Health Ministry. Ms. Conley has served as a former YPD director, steward, Sunday school teacher, 150th Church Anniversary Committee chair, served on the Finance Committee, annual conference coordinator, and secretary for the quarterly conference official board. She was honored to serve on the Episcopal Committee as a delegate to the 51st session of the AME General Conference, a delegate to the Connectional Lay, member of SED Lay Organization, member of the Western North Carolina Conference Lay Organization, and also serves on the Level Up Committee. Her affiliations include the following: board member and past president of 501c3 organizations, NCNA, life member NAACP, member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, serving as a South Atlantic Region Risk Management Coordinator and collegiate advisor for the Lambda Omega chapter at Duke University. Ms. Conley is a graduate of UNC Chapel Hill. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing and biology and a master's degree in public administration with a concentration in policy and budget analysis. She is an experienced healthcare professional, certificate of need analyst and educator. Her work includes both the private and public sector of the healthcare industry as a registered nurse, healthcare consultant, state regulator, and an employee of over 30 years with the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. She states that it is time to retire. She is passionate about quality and safe healthcare for all. Please welcome Sister Azzy Y. Conley, our SED WMS Foundation Chair, as she too presents what it is to be a missionary.
Good morning. I am Azzy Conley, and if I'm not mistaken, my presentation is to just give you a high-level presentation on the role of the WMS Foundation. I want to start off by saying, first of all, that I am proud and honored to serve as a Second Episcopal District elected trustee on the Connectional AME WMS Foundation. I'd like to acknowledge the representatives that have been appointed to serve as SED WMS Foundation liaisons. From the Baltimore Conference, Sister Savannah Britt. From the Washington Conference, Sister Essie Thompson. From the Virginia Conference, Sister Loretta Freeman. The North Carolina Conference, Sister Paulette Smith Bryant. And from the Western North Carolina Conference, Sister Jackie Stowe. I'd like to also thank Sister Juanita Wills, who has served as the immediate past Second Episcopal District trustee on the Connectional WMS Foundation. I begin the discussion with the question, did you know the $1 million WMS Endowed Fund was established in 1988 under the leadership of our past Connectional president, Sister Dolores Kennedy Williams, none other than our Second Episcopal District life member and Western North Carolina Conference member. Sister Willa George was chairperson of the Hugh Smith Life Membership Committee when this endowed fund was initially created and implemented. Again, at that time, it was referred to as the $1 million WMS Endowment Foundation. I want to share with you one of my resources for today is a copy of the 1992 to 1996 WMS Constitution and Bylaws that highly acknowledges the work of the Hugh Smith Life Membership Committee. At that point in time, one of the goals of the foundation and this particular Life Membership Committee was to encourage persons to participate in the endowment fund. This committee shall encourage persons to remember the WMS as a beneficiary of legacies. Under the leadership of Connectional President Williams, at the time she left office, the Endowed Scholarship Fund, and my reference point for this data, and many of you may have a copy of A History of the Women's Missionary Society, 1874 to 2003. In that particular book, and if you have that book, please hold on to that book. There is phenomenal history that we will never, ever be able to recapture if this book is totally destroyed. In that particular reference book, it lets us know that at the time Williams left office, the particular endowed fund had $100,000. As Dr. Peck assumed office in her leadership position as Connectional President, during her tenure, that particular, the $1 million WMS endowed fund continued to thrive. When Dr. Peck left office, the reference tool identifies her leaving office with doubling the contributions that had been bestowed to the endowment fund. At that time, the fund had a balance of $200,000. Today, my missionary sisters, we have the Women's Missionary Society Foundation. It is considered an authorized 501c3 organization, and donations are tax exempt. The mission of the Women's Missionary Society Foundation is to provide organizations, groups, and persons a place to contribute to the purpose and mission of the AME Church WMS in the world, with the priority interest in serving the people in development countries. Pursuant to our Constitution and bylaws, the WMS Foundation is administered by a board of trustees with representation from the 20 Episcopal districts. The process for serving on this particular foundation, the districts make recommendations for individuals to serve on the foundation. Those names are presented during our foundation meeting, which is usually held during the executive board meeting. The recommendation leaves the foundation committee, and our connectional president, during part of her report to the executive board, presents those names of nominees, and an election is held. The process was a virtual process last year. According to the Constitution and bylaws, all members of the WMS shall be encouraged, and I highlight shall be encouraged, to pay annual foundation membership dues. The membership dues are in the amount of $5 for districts 1 through 13, and a minimum of $1 for districts 14 through 20, and shall be paid by December 31st of each year. Again, shall be paid by December 31st of each year. I'd like to highlight for you some of the phenomenal workings of our past connectional presidents while serving in our leadership, in the leadership position. In January of 2012, the president's report under the category of international programs. And again, I want to highlight the work of Dr. Shirley Cason Reed, member of the distinguished 2nd Episcopal District. And her report says, the WMS Foundation continues to support the work of Episcopal Districts 14 through 20. Donations were sent. One of the things that's significant about this report that demonstrates the working of Dr. Reed, the 2nd Episcopal District, and our Connectional Missionary Society is a special donation for the 14th Episcopal District was given by FedEx Corporation in the amount of $5,000, and Robes of Faith gave support of $500. In addition, Dr. Reed shares a $3,000 special donation for the 19th Episcopal District's Hope Village project was given by Christ Our Redeemer, AMEC Church out of Irvine, California. That is the perfect example of how our connectional president reached out to vendors, reached out to corporations to request funds and support of the workings of the Women's Missionary Society. The report of Dr. Reed in the 50th quadrennial session report to the General Conference, she shares that monthly stipends, and the monthly stipends average approximately $600 per month to our districts 14 and 20. Dr. Reed reports to the General Board in June of 2017. The WMS Foundation continues to support districts 14 through 20 and AME India. Special donations were given to an Haitian project and the 6th Episcopal District to support with disaster relief. Yes, Dr. Reed, members of this audacious group in attendance today, I do take the time to read the report submitted by our presidents. In 2019, the WMS Foundation again paid the $600 monthly stipend to our districts in support of mission initiatives overseas. During the 51st quadrennial report session of the General Conference, and this was an electronic report, many of you may or may not have been able to access that report, but our current reigning connectional president, Dr. Deborah Taylor King, reports under executive outreach. The WMS Foundation continues to raise funds to support global missions in Episcopal Districts 14 through 20 and AME India. In 2019, the WMS continued to pay $600 per month stipend to the districts in support of their mission initiatives. These distributions of funds were made possible by membership dues and donations received from the Women's Missionary Society, as well as other donors. To raise funds and support of the monthly stipends, the WMS Foundation sponsored a mission walk at the site of the WMS executive meeting in Houston, Texas. The total funds raised was $72,095, which was just short of approximately $27,000 of the intended goal of $100,000. Again, the funds are raised to support global missions in our overseas districts, 14 through 20, and AME India. As reported in the connectional report of the 51st session of the AME General Conference, support to the districts has included, for the year April 2018 through March 2019, $43,200. And in April 2019 to March 2020, $57,600. Saraz, I believe the funds that we have continued to raise under the auspices of the WMS Foundation, those numbers there represent a little bit short of $100,000. And that is something for all of us to applaud and be very proud of. Historically, you will see that our connectional presidents provide outstanding reports to our on behalf of the WMS Foundation during our annual executive board, during the general board meetings, during the WMS quadrennial convention, and the general conference. So what I say to you, my sisters in mission, is stay tuned for forthcoming reports on the phenomenal work of our foundation during our 2022 WMS Executive Board meeting. And again, to my sisters, let's get prepared such that we meet the deadline of sending in our membership dues by the end of December 2021 to show the dedicated and faithful support of the workings of the 2nd Episcopal District. That ends the report on behalf of the WMS Foundation. Thank you, my sisters in mission, for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Ms. Conley, for your in-depth presentation. We do appreciate your expertise and your commitment to the call of missions. Thank you very much. Please welcome back Ms. Peggy Ricks as she comes with the continuation of the program as outlined.
Thank you, Sister Sheila. We've heard so much this morning, and and believe it or not, we are on time. We do have a portion of our session that has not been presented, but our president would like us to make sure you view our pre-recording. So we're going to go on and we're going to ask Sister Tanya if she will share those at this time. There's a question in the Q&A, and it's about the foundation. Is there a collective print of the WMS Foundation that each level president may have access? Sister Conley, this is directed to you. Sister Azzy.
Mr. Ricks, I'm unsure if the question is asking whether or not presidents can access a particular report that gives you the dollar amount raised by each of the individual societies in the 2nd Episcopal District, or a report that provides that type of information at a connectional level. If I could get clarification on that. And I will also proceed to say that under the leadership of Sister Moore, we have changed the tool that we will be utilizing for the individual local chapters and areas to report their data in terms of membership and the amount of funds that are being collected for designation to the foundation. The spreadsheet or the tool that she is implementing, that will make it a lot easy for us to easily pull data from a conference area and or district level at any point in time. I would just need to reach out to Sister Moore to see if she has additional thoughts in terms of the ability of reports to be compiled and or accessible to any individual that would like to have that type of information.
Oh, thank you for your response. Sister Carolyn Fleming asked the question, and perhaps she will send further information and we can discuss it further.
Thank you.
I'm Celeria Moore, the president of the 2nd Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society. What it means to be a missionary president to me means that you have to have a personal relationship with God. You have to have that relationship so that you can discern God's voice and what the direction God would have you to go in as president, which would be the best direction in terms of mission work for your society, your Episcopal district, your conference, whatever you are the missionary president for. Number two, it's important that the missionary president know the word of God. So you have a personal relationship with God. You know God's word, so you know what God expects of you as a leader who is about kingdom building through mission work. And thirdly, we need to be like the master leader, Jesus the Christ. We need to have a diverse group of individuals who serve as officers with us. We need their diverse thinking. We need their diverse experiences in order to carry out work of kingdom building through missions. We also must have a strong and good relationship with our Episcopal district leadership if you are an Episcopal district WMS president. So that's what it means to me to be a president in the Women's Missionary Society of the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Hello, my name is Dr. Vanessa Bowles. I attend Greater Bethel AME Church in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Reverend Dr. Abdu Knox is my pastor. I currently hold the office of First Vice President of the Second Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society. My conference branch is the Western North Carolina Conference. What does it mean to be a missionary? Well, I think a missionary has the joy of the Lord, and that means serving Jesus first, others next, and yourself last. Missionaries have a heart for mission work, and we desire to serve God's people no matter where that service leads us. By faith, as a missionary, I'm always seeking for a new opportunity to serve and lead. In my current office of First Vice President, I have the honor of co-serving with my president and being a support whenever she needs, as well as a leader on the executive board. The First Vice President is also responsible for collaboration with other women's organizations in the community, and we are a catalyst for social action and change in our community.
Greetings all, I'm Peggy Ricks, Second Vice President of the Women's Missionary Society of the Second Episcopal District. My home church is New St. John ME in Virginia Beach, and my pastor is Reverend Morris Redden Jr. Today, my assignment is to share my thoughts on what does it mean to be a missionary as related to my office of election. As a Second Episcopal District Vice President, I can respond positively by saying, a missionary is one who serves willingly and joyfully to benefit others. A missionary also shares the responsibilities of caring for those in need, whether physically, mentally, or spiritually. The purpose of my office is to bring awareness through mission projects, the need to serve others. It is my purpose this season to embrace the Second Episcopal District theme, the real workers, magnifying service. As missionaries, we should work cheerfully and give a majestic glory to our Heavenly Father as we go about our task. As we focus on the mission projects, we will seek to bring about awareness through opportunities to educate the membership on the 6 identified Sustainable Development Goals of the district. Number 17 stands out as one that we each should embrace, and that is to establish partnerships for the goals. We need each other to be a strong organization. The Commission on Mission Education and Interpretation should be about building up the organization from the foundation of the local society to the district. Imagine with me for a moment, a master brick mason building a wall. The work begins from the ground level and continues until the wall is erected. But it is a continuous task, one brick at a time. This is the vision of the Mission Education Interpretation Commission, embracing the teaching, formulation, and development of resources for enrichment and spiritual growth, one brick at a time. I would like to recognize the members of the Mission Education Interpretation Commission. I am Peggy Ricks, Vice President of the Second Episcopal District Missionary Society. Sister Iris Mapp, historiographer, statistician. Sheila McDonald, the Director of Promotion, Mission Education and Interpretation. And Phyllis Gray Watson, Worship Director. Finally, I am merely a servant, one called to help empower our missionaries to take control of strengthening the WMS organization. I will leave you with this scripture. So built we the wall, and all the wall was joined together unto the half thereof. For the people had a mind to work. Nehemiah 4:6. Let us all be committed to the work of missions that our Heavenly Father will be glorified.
Greetings, my brothers and sisters in mission. I am Sister Candace L. Carmichael, and I am the District 3rd Vice President. And I hail from the Washington Conference, and I am a member of Turner Memorial AME Church. As it relates to being a missionary, what does it mean to be a missionary from the 3rd Vice President point of view? We are basically like the foot soldiers of the WMS. We are the ones who recruit and meet and greet and welcome those who want to be missionaries into our societies. We are those who reach out to the young women and to young men and to men who want to be associates of our society. We are the ones who want to encourage and continue to grow our society. We are the ones who need to be making sure that we are mentoring those who are under us and those who are joining so that they know what mission work is about. Again, we are the foot soldiers. So we are the ones who are making sure that we are doing the work, we are explaining the work, and we are making sure that our work is not in vain. Again, we are foot soldiers of the Missionary Society. So if anyone has questions or somebody is interested in joining, we are the ones who want to make sure that they are getting that information. We also are the ones who are tracking the information. We keep control of the numbers. We monitor the numbers of our membership. We report the numbers of our membership from the local, the area, the conference, the district, and we report those numbers up to the Connectional Missionary Society. We also work with the Connectional Missionary Society on membership and recruitment. So those are the things that we do, and we want to make sure that as missionaries, that it's not just about being called a missionary, but we are about doing the work of mission. So as 3rd Vice President, we are workers, we are soldiers, and we are doing the work. Thank you.
Greetings. I am Tina McNair, North Carolina Conference, St. James AME Church, Kinston, North Carolina. What it means to me to be a missionary is related to my office. As part of continuing the ministry of Jesus Christ, I'm committing my gifts, talents, and experiences as a court reporter to the Women's Missionary Society as the newly elected recording secretary. With over 30 years of service as a missionary, I have held various positions that have helped me learn, grow, and serve the WMS in numerous capacities. I proudly serve as North Carolina Conference YPD Director and Recording Secretary. Currently, I'm the president of my local society. I strive to set a good example for others, as is evidenced through my behavior and attitude. As a missionary and former court reporter, I know the importance of accurate record keeping, and it is my duty and calling to represent the 2nd Episcopal District Missionary Society in a wholesome and professional manner in any position I serve. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Diane Graham. I am the Assistant Recording Secretary for the 2nd Episcopal District WMS. I am a member of the North Carolina Conference and a life member on the connectional level. Serving as Assistant Recording Secretary allows me to continue the ministry of Jesus Christ by service and witness in the world. The position helps me to strengthen my faith and helps me continue to grow in the knowledge and experience of God. It challenges me to help others and give support to all of my brothers and sisters, especially my fellow sisters in mission. It allows me to use my hands, ears, and feet for the advancement of the kingdom. Assisting with record keeping and being a part of the Commission on Administration helps to assure that I continue to do mission work and be supportive of my fellow brothers and sisters in need. As Assistant Recording Secretary, information helps to make sure if it is available will help my other missionary sisters' jobs and tasks be easier. As long as there is strength in my body, I will use my hands, ears, eyes to help continue the ministry, regardless of the tasks I am asked to do. As a missionary and the assistant recording secretary, I am available for use.
Good afternoon. I am Wanda Wilson, the 2nd District Corresponding Secretary. And the question that has been asked of each of the district officers is to speak on, related to our office, what it means to be a missionary. And for me, there are several in order to serve. First is humility. It's about sacrifice, having unconditional love and understanding, and compassion for others. I believe it's even having patience. I believe that a deep love for God and others, the needs of our churches and community are very important. 1 John, the 4th chapter, the 19th verse says, we love because he first loved us. And so if we hold to that, just the one principle, that one 4-letter word, love, then I believe that we are going to be able to fulfill, and I believe I will fulfill my obligations in making sure that we are always a part of dealing with and sacrificing and serving the greater community at large.
Hello, missionaries. My name is Sonia Brown. I attend Union Bethel AME Church in Brandywine, Maryland, and I am the 2nd Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society Treasurer. Today, I want to speak to the question, what is a missionary as it relates to the treasurer position? As missionaries, we are called to strengthen our faith and sent to continue the ministry of Jesus Christ by service and witness in the world. As a treasurer in the Women's Missionary Society, we are responsible for receiving and dispersing funds, maintaining the checkbook register, providing reports, and maintaining documentation. So to answer the question presented earlier, a missionary, as it relates to the treasurer position, is responsible for maintaining a record of the account balance, including money received and expended, so that we can continue to do missions and handle the business of the Women's Missionary Society. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, I am Annette Dockeray. I am the 2nd Episcopal District YPD Director from Goldsboro, North Carolina, where my home church is New St. John AME Church, and my pastor is the Reverend James Shears. To the question at hand, what it means to be a missionary and a youth director. My definition of a missionary is one who loves the Lord and who cares for others selflessly. A missionary helps others in need. To be a missionary and a youth director is what I call a double blessing. Not only am I able to help those in need, but I also have the awesome opportunity to help train our youth on the importance of giving back and thinking of more than oneself. It is what I believe God has ordained me to do in the work of missions. My prayer is that God continues to give me a heart like thine so that I may continue to do his will. For young people are the true heartbeats and the pride of who we are, and it gives me nothing but great pleasure to watch them go for Christ. Mark 10:45 says, for even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life as a ransom for many. Therefore, it is my divine pleasure to be a servant of the Lord.
I am Sheila Van Hook McDonald, your 2nd Episcopal District Promotion and Missionary Education Director. My conference is the Western North Carolina Conference, and my local church is Allen Chapel African Methodist Episcopal Church. Promotion and missionary education is one of the many spokes that connects to the central rod of the Commission on Mission Education and Interpretation umbrella of the Women's Missionary Society of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Through this ministry, we are charged to empower women through their self-worth and to assist them in understanding their God-given ability to determine their own choices as they break new ground in an ever-changing world for themselves and others. Through this ministry, we must embrace the whole child, because every child deserves a healthy start, a head start, a safe start, and a moral start. With the appropriate supports and anchors provided through mission education, we can destroy the cradle to the prison syndrome. One child in every 7 will be born into poverty in the United States. Children are better equipped to learn when they have the nutrition that they need. Through mission education, we can help eradicate hunger. We are the ambassadors for Christ, committed to promoting change to a troubled world. We are the foot soldiers. For every path we travel, our presence should be known within our communities. We are the forerunners, preparing the way for an efficient and effective ministry through mission education. Our mission education toolkit contains multiple resources to support all modalities for learning, to assure positive life-changing outcomes for women, children, and the world. With the use of the Holy Bible, the WMS PME Yearbook, the study guide, supplementary resources, and others, local WMS PME directors can develop and navigate lessons around real-time events and situations. We encourage capitalizing on intergenerational support to assist with the development of lessons, presentations, and assisting in utilizing community resource persons to participate in mission study activities during your WMS meetings. Engage the ever-ready gifts and talents from the Young People's Division in planning and implementing mission study programs. Collectively, the mission cord is much stronger when we unite as one and braid each area of subjectivity into a meaningful objectivity. We are much stronger than our hindrances and our excuses. Even when our struggles strained and even stained us, they should not shame us. Let us tell our own story, one in which we can say, I utilize my resources and we change the world through my actions. Thank you.
Good day. I am Iris Mapp, a member of the Cecilia Williams Bryant Women's Missionary Society and newly elected historiographer statistician for the 2nd Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society. As a missionary, I view the elected position and being a missionary as one and the same. As a missionary, each time I go on a mission project to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, pray for the sick, or lift the downtrodden, I am a history maker. As a missionary, my acts, ideals, and existence can modify the course of our history by the work I do in the field of missions. Why? Because it is documented and becomes a record for the annual conference archives, which contains special events, people, and projects. As a historiographer statistician, I have the privilege of asking for, receiving, and maintaining outstanding good news from all missionary societies. Those pieces of the past leave a legacy for those who will come behind us to work in the field of missions. Those records are a foundation or benchmark for the next generation. Each of us should think of ourselves as a history maker, because as Dr. Taylor King often says, the work is all divine.
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Great morning. My name is Phyllis Gray Warnson, and I am a member of Greater Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charlotte, North Carolina, with the very fine pastor, Reverend Dr. Abdu Knox. Praise the Lord. God is so good. What it means to be a missionary as a worship leader in the 2nd Episcopal District, to me, I'm blessed. To me, I am truly blessed to be able to work with 5 conference branch worship directors, Baltimore Conference, Washington Conference, Virginia, North Carolina and Western North Carolina, all of us coming together as a group, worshiping, supporting each other through spiritual growth, through prayer, song, and scripture, opening worship or devotional services held by the call of our Second Episcopal District WNS president, with a Christ-like manner to serve, to let people know about the saving grace of Jesus Christ through love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, taken from Galatians chapter 5, verses 22 to 23. What a mighty God we serve. As a worship leader, we are here to just pour out the love of God. Amen. Thank you.
When I think about what it means to be a missionary, I am reminded of the Latin root of the word, meaning to send. So for me as member at large, it means going out to teach young adults about God's plan, despite race, color, or creed, sharing his good news, showing his love, and then bringing those same young adults into the fold to minister to others.
Greetings, my Second Episcopal District WMS family. I am Regina D. Melvin from the Western North Carolina Conference St. Matthew AME Church, Raleigh, and I am serving as your Episcopal parliamentarian. All over our 5 conferences on all levels, what do? We come together and meet, whether it's virtually or in person. Why? To conduct business, accomplish goals, and for members to have their say in a democratic way. What it means to serve as your Episcopal parliamentarian, it's personal to me. I am blessed to serve. I serve as an advisor to our Episcopal President, Sister Moore, as requested or needed on questions of parliamentary law and matter of procedure. I stand ready to be seated near the presiding officer or on platform for virtual meetings for convenient consultations. The presiding officer may call on the parliamentarian for advice at any time. My mission is to also support our conference parliamentarians and members. My why? So the seed was planted over 30 years ago. Registered parliamentarian extraordinaire and our former WMS connectional parliamentarian, Ms. Piola McCaskill, was my first local president at Turner Memorial in Washington. I've observed her excellence. In my 38 years of WMS, I have received numerous trainings in this organization and others. On-the-job training and my self-studies all have given me a very practical understanding and working knowledge of the active role of parliamentarian. I have a knack for it. During conferences, I enjoy observing the processes of parliamentary procedures. In my mission journey as parliamentarian, I have learned, trained, and expanded on the order of business. Order is the AME Church way. Thank you.
Thank you, all of the participants in our last session. And we're gonna just give you like a 1-minute stretch. You can get up and walk around your chair because we have been here now for about almost 3 hours. And we wanna make sure, 2 hours. And we wanna make sure that you don't become glued to the chair. So as we prepare for our next session, which is maternal and child health, and we bring our panelists forward, before we bring our panelists forward, we're gonna call on the second vice president of the Western North Carolina Conference, Sister Lori Montgomery. And when you see the second vice president coming forth, what time is it?
Door prize time. Door prize time.
Right. Spin the wheel.
Well, my esteemed sister from the Baltimore Conference was correct. We are mighty, mighty missionaries. But let me go on record this morning and dispel all the rumors. I don't know what you've been told, but Western North Carolina Conference is mighty bold. I don't know what you've been told. The Western North Carolina Conference have hearts of gold. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? The West, because the best is in the West. Go West. Now we're going to spin the wheel. We're going to spin it. We're going to spin it. We are going to spin it. We are going to spin it today.
All right, one quick second.
It's coming. Spin the wheel,
spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it.
Yep. Okay.
Sometimes we have to wait for the best.
Exactly. We were told that this morning.
Sister Riggs.
Yes,
Sister Riggs,
ma'am.
if we go ahead and take our stretch before we do the wheel.
Sure.
I'll put up a 5-minute timer.
Thank you, Reverend Gloucester. Thank you. All right, the clock is going to start, and you have. How about, there we go. Thank you. Welcome back. I truly hope you enjoyed your stretch moment and you were able to relax somewhat. But we're going to bring back now Sister Laura Montgomery.
I'm here.
Good. Are you still enthusiastic?
I am. I cannot wait to see whose name will be drawn today. So if we can spin the wheel.
All righty.
Yay, Carol Davenport. We have a winner.
We do indeed. Congratulations, Sister Davenport. Sister Montgomery, please make sure her information is shared.
Yes, ma'am.
So that we might give her prize.
Yes, I certainly will.
And thank you. Such a great spinner. God bless. This time we're going to make just one adjustment in our program. It is in the next session of, and we're going to be addressing sustainable goal number 3, good health and well-being. We're going to bring the well-being forward, and that presentation will be made by Dr. Vanessa Bowles. And I wanted to introduce you, but if you want to just jump feet first, go right on. We know her as our 2nd Episcopal District first Vice President, who is, and she does have a day job, and she's going to tell you all about it.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a little bit modest, so you don't have to read all of that stuff about me. I will tell you a little bit about myself, though. Good morning, first of all, to all of my sisters who are on the line today. I'm excited that we have 285 people who have joined us today on our first Mission Institute, so that makes me really, really excited. Just a little bit about me. I am Vanessa Bowles. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. My day job is I work for the school district. For many, many years, I was a school psychologist. I just kind of changed career paths in the last month, and I'm a building administrator. So I'm now a dean of students, which is kind of right underneath the assistant principal at a school, an elementary school here in Charlotte. So I'm brand new in this role. I'm loving it, and it's something a little bit different. Also, I have a private practice, and I do practice psychology. I see clients individually, family, therapy, couples counseling, and most of my missionary sisters know me as Trinity's mom. I parent Trinity, my 15-year-old daughter who has cerebral palsy. So you'll see us rolling around at all the good missionary meetings. So that's one of my favorite accomplishments, is being Trinity's mom. So I am going to share my screen, and we're going to talk a little bit today about the state of Black mental health. And it makes me excited that we're able to have these conversations now, because for so long we kind of brushed mental health under the rug, but with coronavirus and the pandemic and a lot of things coming to the forefront, there's more conversation about it, and I'm really happy about that. So hopefully you all can see my screen. And we'll jump right into my presentation. And feel free to drop questions or comments in the chat box as I'm going along. Let's see if I can navigate this. So first, mental health, what is all of the hype about? So when we think about mental health and children, what it means is when there are serious changes in the way that our children typically behave or learn or handle their emotions. And this causes distress and problems getting through their day. So I think what's key to remember is there are typical ways that our kids act. They have mood swings, they're happy sometimes, they're upset sometimes, there are hormonal changes. But if there are significant changes to how they're behaving, and these problems or changes are causing distress in them being able to go through their day, go through school, interact with family and friends, that's when we kind of have red flags up about possible mental health concerns. This one pager, I think, gives a lot of great information. So as far as the numbers, suicide is something that we also don't like to talk about a lot, but it is the #1 cause of death excuse me, in young people. So above the school shootings and the shootings in the malls and things, suicide really is the #1 cause of mortality in our young people. So we need to keep an eye on their mental health and how our children are faring to make sure that we do as much as we can to shield them from this. Also, depression, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later, is among the top 4 causes of the global burden of disease in adolescents. So a lot of our adolescent children are suffering with depression. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit later. The little circle on the side talks about half of all mental health conditions start by age 14. So that's by 14. So we're seeing symptoms before then, but usually diagnoses come by the time they're 14. The second purple box talks about the course of mental health. And on one side, there are risk factors. So these are things that kind of make our children and youth more prone to mental health disorders. Maternal depression, which is something else that we might jump into in a future session that we don't talk about. The state of our health and our mental health when we're pregnant has an impact on our unborn babies. Nutritional deficiency. So I know in our sorority, President Moore and I are Delta. We talk a lot about maternal health and prenatal care and the importance of all of those things. Also, when youth are exposed to violence and deprivation, so they're at a lack or they're being neglected in some ways, and also just family, peer, and school problems. Those are risk factors that kind of push them more towards mental health disorders. But on the other side, we always have protective factors, so things that shield or block them from that, and that's healthy caregivers. And that doesn't just mean mom and dad. We could be healthy caregivers. I always talk about how every child needs 1 or 2 supportive adults in their life. And it could be a missionary at the church or someone at the school or their pastor or an auntie or a cousin. So any healthy relationship with the caregiver is a protective factor for our youth. Also, when the children are young, having infant and mother stimulation between the two, teaching life skills, which is another thing that we sometimes leave by the wayside. It's just teaching our children how to cope with life. We had an example at my elementary school. We were going to have a trunk or treat, like the outdoor Halloween alternative, and it rained that day. And so many of the kindergarten teachers came to administration and were saying, well, the kids are really upset about it. What, can we do something today? And so we have to teach them the life skill of being adaptive, that sometimes things happen and we can't always fix it in the moment, but you just have to adapt and move forward with that. And a lot of times we don't teach our kids how to do that. And it shows up later when they just don't know how to accept no, or they don't know what to do when things don't go their way. And also having supportive peer groups. And we can find those in the church with our YPD, getting our young people involved in Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, and lots of supportive, positive groups for them. And then the bottom just talks about the cycle of mental health. And we want to make sure we try to break that cycle, because once there are mental health problems, it can lead to other things like substance abuse to try and mask those feelings, risk-taking behaviors, other mental health conditions. So those are just things we want to think about in the big picture as we talk about our mental health with our young people. So what are some of the most common mental health disorders that we see in childhood? And here's some facts and figures. Childhood and youth mental health challenges are common. This is not something that we don't see. About 1 out of every 4 youth have some type of mental health challenge. So if you have a YPD of 20 kids, there's probably 4 or 5 that have some type of mental health struggle. There's no single cause for mental health challenges. So we're not going to blame it on, as we saw, there are lots of risk factors. We're not going to blame it on because mama yelled at me. There's usually a lot of things that contribute to mental health challenges. So I don't want us to walk away thinking that it's any one person's fault. The diagnosis of mental illness, it should be a comprehensive process that includes a medical evaluation. So you want to rule out if there's a true medical problem. Developmental assessment. So as a psychologist, I want to know all about your child's development. Did they reach their milestones on time? Were they walking and talking? Were there any serious traumas or surgeries or injuries when they were young? You want to look at all of those things, as well as a comprehensive mental health assessment, where we'll talk with parents about symptoms that you're seeing, and then we draw the big picture. And finally, there is treatment for mental illness. And this can include anything from medication to behavioral intervention plans and things that we'll write up in the schools and in the communities, as well as psychotherapy, which is just another word for counseling. So one of our major mental health disorders that we see in young people is anxiety, and adults as well. Let me not leave us out. But anxiety, I feel like sometimes is the forgotten mental health illness, and we sometimes push it off on other things. And so what anxiety may look like in children is they have difficulty concentrating. There may be difficulty with their sleeping pattern, and that's either they're sleeping too much, or they can't go to sleep and they're not getting enough sleep, or they're having lots of interrupted sleep. So a good sleep pattern is when you go to bed, you fall asleep within 10 minutes of laying down and you sleep all night. Maybe you get up once to go to the bathroom. Anything outside of that, you're having some sleep irregularity. You shouldn't wake up multiple times. You shouldn't be in bed a long time, not being able to fall asleep. So those are things to look out for. Also in young people, and especially what I'm seeing is in young African Americans, is anger and irritability. And even in myself, when I'm worried and stressed about something, I'm irritable. I don't want to talk. I have low patience because I'm worried and thinking about something else. And a lot of times in our young people, we write the anger and irritability off as, oh, Vanessa has a behavior problem. She has a bad attitude. When if we dig a little bit deeper, it could be that Vanessa has a lot of things that she's worried about, which is the next bullet. Excessive worry. They're excessively thinking and worrying about things. We have children who don't know if they go home that day, if they're still going to be their home. They move from place to place to place all the time. They don't know the stability of mom and her job. They don't know how well grandma's doing. She could be very sick. So there are a lot of things that go through young people's minds that make them anxious. And it comes across sometimes as anger, or they're irritable. They have a very short fuse. Also, anxiety can lead to having a lot of negative thoughts. They kind of come up with the worst case scenario. So one problem will draw their mind all the way to the worst case, especially when COVID was going on. We had a lot of young people just really coming up with the worst. Everybody in my family is going to get COVID. We're all going to die. And they just go all the way to the negative. So we have to try and help that as much as we can. Other symptoms are being fidgety or tense, excessive crying, and clingy behavior, especially in the younger children. If your child was normally pretty independent and now they kind of want to cling and be up under you a little bit more, these are just things to watch out for and put them together and see if that could possibly be something more. The next most popular mental health disorder in children is depression. And I kind of see these two go together. A lot of times when there's anxiety, there's depression. They mix and mingle, and it's hard to kind of separate them apart. And a lot of times the symptoms are similar. So with depression, it's that persistent sadness. And as we said earlier, this is a marked difference in your child's normal mood. So if your child is kind of melancholy anyway, it'll be harder to tell. But if they're a pretty generally happy-go-lucky kid, and then you see some persistent, like every day is something, this is when we start to look on the side of depression. Also, crankiness, that's the same irritability type thing that we saw in anxiety. You may see some withdrawal where they don't want to be a part of the group as much. So they might have wanted to hang out with friends, go outside and play, get on their Twitter or whatever, and they're just kind of more withdrawn and staying to themselves. And low energy. That sometimes presents itself as sleeping more. We might call them lazy. Vanessa's being lazy. She's just laying around all the time. She don't get up. She doesn't do anything. But it may be that I have a low energy level. Also with depression, it's hard to concentrate, and there's a loss of interest in things that they formerly enjoyed. So as you can see, some of those symptoms intertwine. It's hard to tell them apart. And again, I just want to caution you that these are symptoms, but there are things that you should look for patterns, and look for abnormalities in your youth that you're seeing, to ask questions to see if this is worthy of some more attention. And then the third most popular mental health disorder is attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD. And I know we've all heard about this. This has been on the rise for quite some time now. The marked symptoms of ADHD are children will have either inattention, so it's hard for them to focus on something or have sustained attention when needed, or they may have impulsivity. So they're bouncing around all the time. They're high energy. I think in the DSM, it talks about they look like they're running on a motor. They're just going, going, going. Or it could be a combination of both. Some children have the combined type. So they're inattentive, but also they have some hyperactivity and impulsive behavior, kind of acting before they think. All right, I was just making sure I didn't have any questions before I go on. So what are some things that we can do to support our young people? So I want to take a moment to really think about where we are and what's going on. So we are just coming out of kind of, sort of, a global pandemic. We're kind of coming out of it, but we're kind of still there. So we've got to keep that in mind. COVID-19 started as an epidemic, like in one place, and then it just exploded into a pandemic. And we were hearing about it on the news, and everybody was scared, and it was all over the world, and everybody was dying. Let the news tell it. Everybody was dying. So we have to understand that that's a lot of information that we were given as adults and had to process, and our children got that too. And so they were processing that as well. We're bound by these masks. It's hard to understand each other. We can't breathe, and we have a lot of information. So we're in a really scary time right now. And so I think one of the things to understand is that that is where we are, and to be understanding to our children as well as to ourselves that this is where we are right now, and there may be some things that occur because of that. I think COVID pushed a lot of people into a space that they've never been in before. I know I've had some brand new clients that I got during COVID that actually told me I was able to manage my anxiety pretty well. And what I did was I just stayed busy. I was going, and I didn't have time to sit and think, so I wouldn't really get anxious. Well, when COVID came and we had no choice but to stay in the house, all of those symptoms kind of exploded, and it happened in adults and it happened in children. So now we have to deal with what we've kind of been forced to confront. So things that we can do is we want to make sure that we have a focus on our children and youth. These are uncertain times, so we need to be as stable as we possibly can and model that to them. Lots of stress has come because of this pandemic. We're stressed about our family members, our safety, what's happening in schools, what's happening at work. So there's a lot of things that are going on, and our youth are not as well equipped to deal with stress as we are. So we definitely have to keep a closer eye on them, talk with our children, ask them what's going on. I know we always, hopefully, we're talking to our kids and asking, how was your day and what did you do? But we really need to make sure that we check in a little bit more often and get the answers that we need, and not just, oh, everything's fine, but really digging deep and making sure that they're okay and that they know that we are there for them if they need us. If you would like, or you can, share in the chat, or if you're on the panel and you can unmute, what are some ways that you have seen the mental health of our youth impacted in the last 8 months? So some kids, some examples, some things that you might have seen that kind of clues you into maybe some of our young people are struggling right now. Let's see if I can see the chat. All right, let me see.
Someone
anxiety
has
attacks. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Moore. I'm sorry.
Someone has weight gain and depression in the chat. Of course, you were going to more fights in schools, anxiety attacks from being separated from friends, anxiety again, cleanliness, anxiety. You see a lot more people, young people exploding in terms of being angry.
Yeah. Awesome. So I'm glad that you all are recognizing these things that I'm seeing as well. And we're representative of, a few states and, a corner of the US. So we can all see that our youth are being impacted. A rise in violent behavior. Yes, here in Charlotte, just since the beginning of the school year, it seems like almost every week we get some type of communication that there's been a gun found in school, or there are these heavy fights in school. Before I moved over to my new job, I worked at the alternative school. So we just had an influx of kids coming to the alternative school because of the fights, because of weapons. And I do feel like we had our children secluded for so long that when they came back to school, they kind of really don't know how to interact. They're having some difficulty managing those social skills and the relationships all the way from elementary school all the way up. Yep, lots of things about increase in fights and separation from family activities. Yes, a lot of young people grieved because of the holidays and things that were different. You know, we couldn't do Christmas and Thanksgiving the way that we normally did. And we did Zooms, and that was nice, but it's not the same as going to grandma's house and being able to hug her when, you know, our grandmothers are older and they're more concerned and they may not want you to come over. So definitely, thank you guys for your participation in that. Also, signs and symptoms that we've talked about before. So any of these things that you see in young people, ask more questions, dig in deeper, and see if it could be an indication of a bigger mental health problem. So just a few tips to help our children and youth, and we're going to talk about briefly each of these. First, you want to be calm and reassuring. We are the adults and we have to set the tone with our own anxiety level and how we come across. Children model the behaviors that they see in us, so we need to make sure we're checking the influence that we have on them. So if I respond to everything on 10 and this is horrible, then what example am I setting for my daughter? That when something happens, she's going to freak out because that's what mom does every time something happens. I also like the phrase that hugs are scarce, so give them out freely. We lost a lot of physical contact with COVID. And so when you're able to hug somebody, if it's safe, if they're in your house, then definitely do that. I know that at my school, those elementary kids don't care nothing about COVID. And every time they see me, they come and give me a hug. And I keep my mask on and I pray and I hug them back because I know that sometimes they need it. And speak life. Proverbs 18:21, you know, life and death is in the power of the tongue. So be encouraging. Let our young people know that we serve a mighty God and that he has a plan and that all things will work together for good. We may not understand how things are playing out and why somebody got sick and why this happened, but it's not our job to understand everything. It's just our job to trust God's plan and do the best that we can with what we have. We also want to make sure we're open and honest. Sometimes we have to have hard conversations to quiet the stress that our young people are dealing with. So not avoiding things. If you notice or see symptoms in some of the young people, no one wants to talk about whether or not you're depressed or anxious or you're contemplating suicide. But you have to ask those hard questions. You have to have those conversations. Vanessa, I've noticed that you're staying in your room a lot and you're not talking to your friends. And whenever I talk to you, you're snapping at me. So I need to know what's happening. What are you thinking about? Are you having any thoughts that we need to talk about? So making sure that we have those open, honest conversations and get inside their head because their scenario may be worse than what really is going on. They may be anxious and upset because they're imagining all of these things and that may not be the reality. And be careful with your conversations and telling them what they need to know. Sometimes we give too much information and that can send kids into a whirlwind. So tell them what they need to know, but they don't always need to know every detail about everything. We also want to make sure that we teach routines. So research suggests that children benefit from schedules and productive activities. So keeping some type of routine, too much downtime. From working in the alternative school, I know too much downtime leads to a lot of problems. And my mother used to tell me, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So you want to have some routines and some schedules and some things so that you can teach those to children. It helps both the kids and the parents remain grounded. And it's also a really great part if you can put into your routine anytime you can get out into nature, because that does have positive effects on your mental health. As Black people, I think a lot of times we suffer from lack of vitamin D, which is direct sunlight. We don't go outside. So whenever you can, go outside, take a walk to the mailbox and back a few times. Just, you know, if you have a porch, sit outside on the porch, go for a drive, look at the trees. It's fall, the leaves are changing. So getting outside of the house whenever you can is always great. We also want to manage our children's screen time. So there's a delicate balance. Some extra screen time doesn't hurt if there's time in the day, but you don't want unlimited screen time because there's a lot out there on the news, on social media, and you want to monitor what input your children are getting because that definitely feeds into anxiety, depression, anger, all of those things when we have all of these sources. So making sure that we keep a handle on what they're seeing, what they're playing, what games they're playing. There are also lots of apps that have hidden agendas. Sometimes kids are being trafficked or lured into things. So just making sure that we keep an eye on what they're doing. And that goes back to those open conversations, being able to talk to kids and ask them what's happening and what's going on so we know what's going on. You also want to teach and practice self-care, even in our children. We want them to start self-care very early. We have to take care of ourselves. And what I mean by self-care is any intentional activities that you do to take care of yourself. And so in the chat, if you could drop in some examples of self-care that you use for yourself, and then I have a slide that talks about some for our young people. So here is a slide I found with some possible self-care activities for kids. Cultivating interest in hobbies. So whatever they're interested in, spending time doing that. I have some kiddos that like to color. There are apps right now on their phones and iPads that they can color pictures. Journal writing. Some of them like to write songs or like to write poems. Being social. So getting out of the solitary activities and doing something socially. Joining a club, going to YPD meeting, going to church. Being able to articulate their feelings. Having a space where they can talk. And if that's not a space with mom, then that can be a space with a therapist if that's what they need. Let me see what you guys have. See the chat popping up. Journaling, reading books, awesome. As we get ready for the holidays. I can't scroll my screen. Oh, there's another one. Prayer, pedicures, yes. I definitely like to go get my nails done. That's my self-care. Dancing, yes. So we all need to have something that we do that is just downtime for us. Some of my friends like playing little games on their phone, even if it's a few minutes to do that, taking a bubble bath, prayer, meditation, the long way home from work, whatever you need to do to get yourself mentally detached from the world and focus more inwards. And we can start teaching kids that very early. And then finally, we want to make sure that we stay connected. Anxiety is managed well if we stay connected to people that we love. So check in on folks, check in on your kids, check in on your family members, and encourage our young people to find someone that they can be open and honest with and share all of their feelings. Most of the time, it's not going to be a parent, but if there's an aunt, if there's someone from church, but there should be someone where you can feel free, that you can say whatever, get it off. They're not going to be upset with you. So really cultivating those relationships. And so the takeaways this morning are that being mentally healthy during childhood, we want to see kids reaching their developmental and emotional milestones. So if they're 12 years old, they should be doing things that a typical 12-year-old would be doing. We want them to know healthy social skills, not holding on to their feelings, not being withdrawn, expressing how they feel, having good communication, and knowing how to cope when there are problems. Mentally healthy children will have a positive quality of life and they're able to function well in whatever environment that they're placed in. It doesn't mean that they're never going to be stressed or worried or sad or angry, but overall, they're going to have a positive quality of life. And you will be able to tell the difference in your child or your YPDer or your neighbor or your nephew or niece if they're deviating from their norm. And another takeaway message is that it is okay to have Jesus and a therapist too. So I don't want us to feel like because we're Christians that we cannot have therapists, that there's no one that we can talk to, especially with our young people. If they need someone to talk to, give them that outlet and let's normalize that it's okay to do that. And it doesn't mean that something's wrong with you or that you're not a strong Christian if you have a need for a therapist. So that's all I have for you today. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat or the Q&A or unmute yourself. Okay, I see.
Vanessa,
there was
one question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Solari.
No, it was one before that question, Cecilia. And the person was saying that in schools, they're seeing a lot of cases of COVID and the children know it. And so they have a lot of fears and anxieties. And so And the schools are keeping it a secret. That's what she said. And then this is her question. What do we say to calm their fears in those instances?
About COVID?
Yeah, and knowing that there are friends, they have friends in school who are, they're leaving school because they have tested positive for COVID, and they are anxious and fearful that I might get it. And so her question is, what can we say to calm their fears in those cases?
So the reality is that, that COVID is still out there. It's still being passed around, but the likelihood of getting it is low. And the likelihood of them getting extremely sick is low. We've had a lot of kids out on COVID quarantine at my elementary school, but they generally come back fine. So as long as they're taking care of themselves and they're following the appropriate measures and wearing their masks, they're doing everything that they can to protect themselves. And that's where their focus should be, kind of on the things that you can control. You can control keeping your mask on. You can control washing your hands, and then what's the other one? Being a safe distance. That's what you can control. And a lot of times when we've had spread, it's like during lunch and things when their masks are down, and we tell them eat, and then put your mask back up. So I would just reassure them to do the things that we're supposed to do. And if by chance they get COVID, we will deal with it, and they will more than likely be fine. The children that I've known that have had COVID, it's like a really bad cold, and they're out for maybe a week or 6 days, and then they come back and they're just fine. But I know it's scary. And the way that it was presented in the media was like everybody who got COVID died. And that's really not true. There were so many more people who got COVID and recovered than the ones that caught COVID and died.
The next question you had was, can you expound on the difference between normal anxiety and mental health disorders, especially in the light of time that we live in, strategies for seeking appropriate treatment if needed?
Yes. So normal anxiety is the worry that we all have. We worry about things with good reason. We worry that I may not have my umbrella and it's raining today. So normal worry is fine. When it turns over into a mental health condition, it's excessive. I'm seeing children who are coming in every single day with a worry, and it's something that, and I'll even ask them, like, do you feel like you can control this? Is it on a 1 or a 5? If they don't feel like they can control it, it's consuming their mind. They can't focus on what's happening in the classroom because they're so worried about COVID, for example, if that's what it is. You're thinking about COVID so much that you can't listen to your teacher, you can't get the lesson for the day, you can't enjoy your friends because your mind is focused on that. So that to me is when we need to intervene, when it's not a normal everyday worry that, you can move past, but it's kind of crippling you. And then what was the second part of the question? Strategies for seeking appropriate treatment. I definitely would ask people you can really start with the school. Ask people in your area for recommendations of good therapists. You want a good therapist that has experience working with children, and kind of give them some background of what's going on, because every therapist isn't a good fit for every kid. There's lots of people out there now doing things, and you can even come to me, and if I'm able to help you, point you in the right direction, you can. Your doctors can give you recommendations, or your insurance. They can give you a list of all of the therapists that take your insurance, and you call around, and it's kind of like you're courting. You want to find the good fit for your situation. So I would call them and say, I have a child, they're dealing with this. Are you experienced with that? Some people do children, but they don't want to do kindergartners. Some people do adults only. So you just want to make sure that there's a good fit when you're matching things up. Should children be encouraged to get vaccinated? In my opinion, I can't speak for the Second Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society, but in my opinion, it's a family choice, but vaccination is what we do as a society. We get vaccinated, they get all the shots when they're younger, we get our flu shots. So in my opinion, if there's a vaccination that will help decrease the likelihood of the impact of COVID, I would absolutely do it. Trinity got vaccinated as soon as it was allowed for, I think, 13 and up. So she's had both of her vaccinations because I knew she was going to school. I knew she was going to be in a large comprehensive high school with 2,200 kids. Everybody's not going to be wearing their mask, and I wanted to reduce the risk of what would happen. So my personal opinion is yes, but it is a family choice. I don't feel like anybody should be forced to vaccinate if they have strong beliefs against it. Did I miss any questions, President Moore?
That's all we saw.
And thank y'all so much for your participation and your questions. I love doing this. This is my heart's love. So if you need anything, please feel free to email me, call me. I'd love to talk to you about whatever you need. That's all I got.
How shall we contact you? Would you like to put that in the chat?
I sure will. I'll give you my email and my phone number in the chat.
Thank you, Dr. Bowles. Excellent presentation. All right. I see coming to the platform without any encouragement. They want to dive right in as well. I'm going to at least tell you the names of our next panelists. Let's see. We have the session for maternal and child health, Black women, Black women, the high rate of postpartum deaths. We have Dr. Zelda Johnson, medical doctor who is the 2nd District Chair of Health and Wellness. And we have Dr. Barbara Hatcher, who's the principal. I assume your LLC is Hatcher Du Bois. Is that correct? And we have our CC Cole, who is our 2nd Episcopal District NGO liaison. Let us welcome them. I would rather they tell you about themselves in their presentation, because I can become too talkative at times, and it's better for them to let you know what they want you to know. So please unmute. Ladies, thank you. We want to give you a great 2nd Episcopal District welcome this morning. Thank you for your patience, and please go forth.
Good morning, missionaries. As Vice President Rick said, I am here to talk with you about maternal and child health, Black women, the high rate of postpartum deaths. To Bishop Davis, Supervisor Davis, President Moore, YPD Director Dockery, all WMS officers and members, I thank you for your leadership and your service. And I also thank you for bringing our attention to this very important issue. I'd like to begin by telling you a little bit about myself. I live here in Richmond, Virginia. I'm a practicing family physician. I see patients of all ages, including postpartum women. I am currently doing urgent care, and I also work at a opioid treatment center, fighting the opioid crisis, getting people the treatment they need for opioid addiction. I have 3 children, which includes a set of twins and a son. And so as I was preparing for this presentation, I was thinking to myself, wow, I have lived this. I have survived being a postpartum Black woman in America. And I'm sure that you will be able to relate to this as well. By the grace of God, though, I did not die. So this is important for us to know what we need to do in order for other women to survive. What I hope to help you understand with this presentation is why. Why in the most wealthiest country in the world and with the most advanced technology and resources, why are our postpartum sisters needlessly dying? I hope to help you see that this is our mission as missionaries to help especially our Black postpartum sisters, more specifically. We must do all we can. We must do our part, and we must do it now. I'd like to bring to your attention just a few shocking facts and statistics. 2 women die from pregnancy complications every single day. In the Black community, as well as Native American and Alaska Native women, is more like 4 to 8 women dying per day. The maternal mortality rate is higher in the US than in any other industrialized country in the world. As maternal mortality rates continue to drop around the world, they continue to rise in the US. The maternal mortality rates have doubled between 1990 and 2013 and spiked in 2019. Women in the US today are more likely to die from pregnancy complications than their mothers were when they had children years ago. This is serious. First of all, what is postpartum maternity death and what are some of the causes? Postpartum is defined as the immediate period after giving birth to a child. The CDC defines a postpartum maternity death as any death that occurs within 1 year after giving birth. Some of the most obvious causes of postpartum deaths in Black women include preeclampsia, hemorrhage, diabetes, other cardiovascular diseases such as cardiomyopathy, hypertension, and embolic events such as stroke. I'd like to bring your attention to Kira Johnson, and I'd like to show you a video that I found on YouTube. And just want to share my screen to play this for you.
Beautiful Palm Springs. Daddy surprised me, and
So let's talk about this woman who is Kira Dixon Johnson. We're talking about a woman who was far better than I ever deserved and made me far better than I ever thought I could be. We're talking about a woman that raced cars, who ran marathons, who had her pilot's license. Talking about a woman who spoke 4 languages fluently and who taught me so much, not only about myself, how to be a father, but just about love. We walked into Cedar Sinai Medical Center with Kira on April 12th of 2016 with a woman that was not just in good health, she was in exceptional health.
Hey, Mommy.
Hey, Daddy.
Hey, Langston.
Hey.
She went in for the procedure. Shortly after that, we were taken to delivery. God blessed us with another substantially, amazingly healthy, beautiful baby boy. Shortly after that, Kira's sitting in the bedside, and I begin to notice blood in the catheter. I alerted the nurses and the medical staff. They came to her attention. They examined her. They did several things. They ordered a series of tests of blood work. Around 4 o'clock, they ordered the CT scan that was supposed to be ordered stat, and I understood that to mean immediately. I was concerned, but at that time, I understood that there was a plan, and I could live with that. 4 o'clock comes. 5 o'clock comes. Still no CT scan. 6 o'clock comes. They perform an ultrasound. They see that her abdomen is filling with fluid. Her blood work comes back. It shows that her blood levels are dropping. She's beginning to lose color. She's shivering uncontrollably. When they examine her, she's sensitive to the touch. So by 5:30, 6 o'clock, there were very clear signs that she was hemorrhaging internally significantly. 7 o'clock comes, still no CT scan. 8 o'clock comes. I'm begging, I'm pleading. My family is advocating for my wife. Still no scan. 9 o'clock comes, they say that they need to do a blood transfusion. And I ask and I'm begging again, do something. Where's this CT scan? I thought it was supposed to be performed stat hours ago. At which point the staff at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center tells me that your wife isn't a priority right now. 10 o'clock comes, still no scan. 11 o'clock comes. It was not until after midnight that they finally took Kira back to the OR. As we left the recovery room and walked down that hall to the OR, and I'm holding Kira's hand and she's telling me, baby, I'm scared. And I'm doing everything in my power to just remain calm and tell her everything's gonna be okay. The doctor says to me, I'm gonna go back into the same incision I made. She'll be back in 15 minutes. And that was the last time I saw my wife alive. When they took her back into the OR, they opened her up and there were 3.5 liters of blood in her abdomen. And she coded immediately. Kira deserved better. My sons deserved better. Women all over this country deserve better. And I'm not here to tell you what I think, I'm here to tell you what I know. And there's people that are far more intelligent than I will ever be that focus on the data and the statistics, and you can look up and they're horrifying. What I'm here to tell you is that there's no statistic that can quantify what it's like to tell an 18-month-old that his mother's never coming home. There's no matrices that can begin to analyze the impact and how difficult it is to try and explain to a child that never will ever know his mother just how amazing she was. And so that's why we are here, because this is there's nothing that I can do to bring Kira back. There's nothing that I can do, but what I can do, and the highest honor and tribute that I can pay to my wife, is to fight as hard as I possibly can, whenever I can, to make sure that we send mothers home with their babies. So that being said, all of you wonderful, powerful advocates and healthcare workers and families who are fighting this fight with us, we love you and we thank you. And here's the good news. Change is coming. Change is coming. Feel free to take a more diplomatic approach if you please. But when I go to Capitol Hill tomorrow and Tuesday, and I sit down and I look these senators and congressmen and staffers in their eyes, I'm not here asking, I'm not here for a photo op. I am respectfully demanding that you support HR 1318. I'm respectfully demanding that you stand in opposition of further cuts to healthcare and Medicaid and Medicare. Our time is now. March for Moms, I thank you. We love you. For Kira, for Moms. Kira, I love you forever.
Clap, clap, yay, give me hugs. Oh, I love you, Snickers. You're my baby. I love you. Okay, go press the button. I hope this is forever. I know this is forever. Okay, go press the button and come give me lovey.
Wow. So when I first watched this video, I'll be honest, I cried. It's a sad and tragic story that this is happening in America. She bled to death. She was a highly educated woman. She spoke 5 languages. She was a pilot. She was an exceptional health. She had insurance. She had immediate access to care, all of the things that one would have to live in America. So the question is, why did she die? Was it really from the hemorrhage? Let's take it one step further to get to the root causes of postpartum maternal death. Some of the not so obvious causes of postpartum deaths in Black women include poverty, institutional or systemic racism, unconscious racial biases, persistent stress or weathering, drug overdose, homicide, and with that, intimate partner violence, suicide, and postpartum depression. All of these are not so obvious causes collectively and individually. They constitute a public health crisis that has been hiding in plain sight for the past 30 years or more. There are social determinants of health, such as poor nutrition, unstable housing, unreliable transportation, that influence these health outcomes. Poverty plays a major role in postpartum maternal deaths, and that obviously, if you're poor, you cannot afford to buy food, healthy food, among other things. Years ago, I worked at the Richmond City Jail for a time as one of the physicians there. I had pregnant women inmates explain to me that they committed petty crimes, such as shoplifting, so that they could get caught. They were poor and desperate. They wanted to get caught and put in jail so they could have a roof over their head and have food to eat. They felt that this was the only way they could get health insurance, and that the health care that they would receive, they could deliver a healthy baby and they could live. We have to ask ourselves, what kind of world do we live in where we sacrifice our dignity and reduce ourselves to being criminals just so we can live? Ladies, we've got to do something about this. Although some people deny that it still exists, institutional and systemic racism is alive and well. There are instances where underserved postpartum Black women can't access care and they die from easily preventable complications. Our healthcare system, especially reproductive health, was built on a legacy of systemic racism and mistreatment of Black people in general. Many of us experience discrimination, lack of dignity and respect, and biases in America every day, let alone in pregnancy. J. Marion Sims, who was known as the father of modern gynecology, performed procedures on slave women without anesthesia, even though anesthesia was available. It was erroneously published in textbooks that Black women don't feel pain in the same way. I don't know about you, but when I was in labor, I felt excruciating pain. In fact, when I got to the hospital, I told the nurse, before you call the doctor, before you do anything, you call my anesthesiologist first. So because of this, the studies that have shown that white residents and white medical students actually believe that Black people have thicker skin and that the nerve endings are not the same. They don't feel pain in the same way that white people do. As a result, Black people are not prescribed appropriate pain medications. How do you heal if you're suffering in pain? We are not believed when we say we're in pain. or that something's not right. Furthermore, as a result of racism, we as patients have distrust in our healthcare system. I'm sure you're familiar with the Tuskegee syphilis experiment and the research on Henrietta Lacks cancer cells. We as Black people were not even told we were being experimented on. Lack of representation in medicine causes a decrease in Black perspective. We need to do a better job at matriculating more Black students into medical schools. Studies have shown that there are better outcomes in general in the Black communities when we are treated by physicians who look like us. Black physicians make up only 5% of all physicians in the US, and Black women physicians make up only 2% of all physicians, even though Blacks make up about 13.4% of the general population. Kira's exceptional health and access to health care did not save her from racism or unconscious racial bias. What made her nurse think that a stacked CT scan ordered at 6:44 p.m. and what should have been done at 6:45 p.m. for a postpartum, post-op woman was not, quote, a priority right now at 9 o'clock at night. There's this thing called unconscious racial bias. Everyone, regardless of race, suffers from it. Though we are not always aware of it, subconsciously this bias controls how we are perceived and how we perceive and relate to others. Studies have shown that the health outcomes of Black people may be adversely affected by this unconscious racial bias of healthcare providers. It can affect patient-provider interactions, treatment decisions, patient trust, and therefore adherence to treatment and patient health outcomes. Fortunately, a long-standing patient-physician relationship, getting to know someone on a more personal level, can help to eliminate unconscious racial bias. But is this really happening in our current healthcare system? Racial disparities in maternal mortality of Black women occurs because of chronic stresses that Black people endure from constant discrimination, which takes a toll on our health, a concept called weathering. This is how you can be a healthy Black woman and still die after giving birth in America. Weathering causes chronic health conditions to manifest at increasingly younger ages, essentially resulting in premature aging. Weathering, coupled with more mothers delaying childbirth to their 30s and 40s, creates circumstances in which high-risk illnesses develop, like obesity, hypertension, diabetes, and depression. Poverty, housing, transportation, nutrition, racism, bias have everything to do with weathering. And weathering leads to diseases such as preeclampsia, postpartum hemorrhage, or pulmonary embolus, as well as suicide, drug overdose, intimate partner violence. Let's switch and talk about a little bit about drug overdose and the opioid crisis. Finally, this is being addressed in America. But we need to do more for our pregnant Black women. Having an undiagnosed opioid use disorder or not receiving medications for treatment contributes to postpartum deaths. Irrelevant factors, the impact of loss of health insurance or the conclusion of medication-assisted treatment after delivery. Therefore, it is absolutely essential that Medicaid coverage be extended to at least 12 months postpartum. In most cases, it ends after only 60 days. Even for those with access to health care, there's still not sufficient services in place to address opioid use disorder. In fact, less than 25% of US substance abuse treatment centers offer specific services for pregnant and postpartum women. We offer those services in the treatment center that I work at, but currently not one of my patients is pregnant or is a postpartum patient. One of the reasons may be that some pregnant women are pressured by relatives, partners, child protective services, and their own healthcare providers to detoxify from medication assisted treatment, even though opioid detoxification is not indicated during pregnancy because of the risk to the mother and fetus from relapse or overdose. I would be remiss if I did not mention homicide. Homicide is one of the leading causes of pregnancy-associated deaths, and in turn, postpartum maternal deaths, as defined by the CDC. This is something I did not know. Intimate partner violence has been shown to contribute to postpartum maternal deaths, leading to homicide, suicide, and drug overdose. Precipitating factors included, but were not limited to, interpersonal relationship conflicts and chronic mental health challenges. Abuse may start or worsen during pregnancy, often due to their partners doubting that the baby is really theirs. Suicide, sometimes sudden and unpredictable in some cases. However, you may see warning signs such as postpartum depression, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. A 2019 expert review of Mangla et al. Recognized depression, intimate partner violence, and substance use disorder as 3 of the most common risk factors for pregnancy-associated suicide. Postpartum depression is quite common, yet because of the stigma, nobody talks about it. 1 in 9 postpartum women experience symptoms of postpartum depression. The United States Preventive Services Task Force just recently recommended early referral for counseling or any other types of intervention for pregnant and postpartum women who have 1 or more risk factors for depression. And a formal diagnosis of depression does not have to be present. So just feeling sad, despondent, anxious, or overwhelmed is enough to warrant that referral intervention. So yes, I could have died. I am glad that we as missionaries can be the village of support that our Black postpartum mothers need, because I had that village of support. We can also be that crucial piece of the puzzle to help in identifying our Black postpartum sisters who need to be referred for professional health care. The good news is the CDC estimates that 60% of Black postpartum deaths are preventable, and we can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Zelda, you have one question. Is age a contributing factor when women decide to get pregnant to, and it says CV, postpartum death?
It is a contributing factor, yes. But it's also a contributing factor at any age, according to the research I did as far as racism and the weathering compounded with that. So we found that women who get pregnant at 30, 40, their real age of their bodies from all the stress could be 50 or 60. So yeah, it plays a major factor in that. Any other questions?
Thank you. I didn't see any other questions.
Thank you for that presentation. It certainly helped set up where we need to go in furthering this discussion. My name is Barbara Hatcher, Dr. Barbara Hatcher. I am a nurse by training, and I have, and I consider myself a global health expert with emphasis on maternal and child health. In the past, I have served as the maternal and child health director for the District of Columbia, where I live. And I have also done work with the World Health Organization as the Secretary General for the World Federation of Public Health Associations. Clearly, women, families, our maternal and infant statistics tell us what is going on in our society. It is a great barometer of the health status and the health services that are being provided in our community. I am going to try to provide some summary statements because I think it directs us in where we need to go. I will also identify some actions that we may need to be involved in. And finally, some organizations that you may wish to consider partnering with. So let's start with some of our summary statements. And I did forget to thank the Women's Missionary Society for inviting me to speak, and thank you, members and leaders of the organization. First, I'd like to do a global. The other thing, I know I'm between you and lunch, and so I'm going to try to do this, but I think it's important that we get through most of what I had prepared. In 2018, the year of the last kind of information being available on global comparisons of industrialized, rich countries, the United States was the worst. In 2018, there were 17 maternal deaths for every 100,000 births in the US. Compare it to other countries. 3 of those rich industrial countries had fewer than 3 maternal deaths per 100,000 births. That includes the Netherlands, New Zealand, and Norway. The other 7 had rates that did not go above 8.7 deaths per 100,000. And that included Germany, Sweden, Switzerland, Austria, the UK, Canada, and France. So as the richest country in the world, it is almost unconscionable that we continue to have these kinds of rates. As has been stated, Most maternal deaths are preventable, but they have been increasing in the United States since the 1990s. And they have been further exacerbated by COVID-19, when it was impossible for those women, particularly those at most risk, to always get the kinds of medical services and follow-up that they require. We also know that Black and Native American women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women, regardless of income or education. A Black mother with a college education is 60% at 60% greater risk for maternal death than a white or Hispanic woman with less than a high school education. I repeat, a Black mother with a college education is at least 60% is at 60% greater risk for maternal death than a white or Hispanic woman with less than a high school education. A relatively large share of pregnancy-related deaths in the US occur after birth, as we've already been informed. There's something I missed. Okay. The high maternal mortality rates also mask, now they're bad enough, I told you it was 17 per 100,000, but they mask the variation by race and ethnicity. The number of deaths per 100,000 births for Black non-Hispanic women in 2018 was 37.1 per 100,000 births. That rate is 2 times higher than white mothers, and Hispanic women have the lowest rate of all. Mortality rates vary by jurisdiction. For example, here in the District of Columbia, where I live, in 2018, the maternal mortality was 40.9 per 100,000 births for Black women, far higher than the US average and much higher than other countries that we already discussed. We need to remember that Black women have been more likely to die than white mothers for 100 years. So if you look at the chart over the past 100 years, Black mothers have always and continue to be more likely to die after childbirth. Finally, there's an undersupply of maternity care providers, particularly nurse midwives, and there's an undersupply of Black physicians and midwives in this country. So we don't always have the kind of resources available to us that are available in other communities. Access to home visits after delivery vary in the US, but is guaranteed in many of those other countries, actually all the other countries that I mentioned to you. And there's some that are not even industrialized rich countries that guarantee home visits. The US is the only high income country that does not guarantee paid leave to mothers after childbirth. And we hear about that in terms of this Build Back Better and the controversy about that. So how can we address these issues? The rise in maternal mortality is due to the policies and systems that do not support the health of women before they become pregnant, during pregnancy, at the time of childbirth, and postpartum. So actually, your maternal care doesn't begin when you become pregnant. It begins before. You have to have a healthy body, and if not, being appropriately treated and tracked, your health tracked way before you decide to become pregnant. So to me, we need to support universal health coverage. We need to help support efforts to control health costs. We need to participate in advancing health equity and dealing with structural racism. And we need to support the improvement in health care. So what to do? To prevent postpartum deaths, we need to continue to support and expand the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. That act provides a lot of services for people despite their income level. We need to support and expand local and national pregnancy-associated mortality reviews. So at the local level and even at the national level, we need to better understand why women die postpartumly and why there is such a disparity with the Black community. We need to improve access to care. And again, that's by supporting some of the ACA, expanded Medicaid programs, and even making sure that private insurance programs really provide access to pregnant and delivering women. We need to address structural racism. And as I told you, COVID has made this issue worse through things like the poor economy that has resulted in what some call a she-cession. Women had to leave the workforce to take care of their family. Women had to leave the workforce to make sure their children were getting educated online. And they still have not returned to work, and it is having a negative impact on them. And if you're not working, you don't have health insurance, then the situation goes on and on. We need to support increased human safety and nutrition through housing efforts and available nutrition programs. We need to support new laws. The Momnibus Act has been gone before Congress 2 years in a row, and it still has not been passed. It is now part of the Build Back Better Act, but we need to make sure that things like family and medical family and medical leave, better health services, longer services, as was discussed when someone is on Medicaid, are available. We need to support the infrastructure bill, which amazingly and thankfully was passed last night. This will help bolster broadband and phone access. During the pandemic, many women didn't have the access where they could have telemedicine or at least have direct contact with services with their physicians and others. We need to encourage and support community-based midwifery and doula services. And we need to support and listen to women. We certainly need more research, as I have already stated. I will now go to what trying to identify possible partners. And there are 9 organizations that have been identified by various groups that are working to save Black mothers. There are others, but I will start with these 9. The National Birth Equity Collaborative. And this group focuses on overhauling systems and structures that contribute to maternal deaths. Number 2 is Sister Midwife Productions and the Sister Midwife Directory. And this service helps people locate and connect with midwives and doulas in their communities. The third is the Black Mamas Matter Alliance. And this alliance helps advocate for better legislation that will also highlights necessary research areas and tries to spread information throughout various communities. The fourth one is Moms Rising. And that's a nonpartisan organization, but that deals with a variety of issues, but it includes maternal justice. And the members of Moms Rising serve on state maternal mortality review committees and partner with legislators on local and state policies. The fifth is the Shades of Blue Project. This is a Houston-based organization that helps new parents get connections to social services and referrals for mental health care. The sixth is the Family Women's Health Research Institute at Mount Sinai School of Medicine, and that group primarily publishes research on motherhood and helps us understand where care is advancing or how we can better care. The Black Maternal Health Caucus, that's a congressional committee headed by Congresswomen Alma Adams and Lauren Underwood. They founded it in 2019 and have been working to try to get legislation passed that will help turn the tide of maternal mortality. As I stated it in passing, it is now part of the Build Back Better Act. So we really need to make sure that that legislation goes forward. Other organizations that you may want to consider are the March for Moms. They hold a march every year on the National Mall. The NAACP and its Health and Wellbeing Program. The March of Dimes, and we know that organization has been around for years trying to improve maternal and infant care. For Cara for Moms, and you just saw that video. The National Partnership for Women and Families, formerly known as the Women's Legal Defense Fund, that does help advance healthcare by increasing legislation that will improve access, quality, and ensure affordability of healthcare. It also looks at reproductive rights. Other organizations are Mama Glow, and that's a resource to share information to would-be moms, and primarily doula services, and a group called Say Doula Services that tries to help women get the kind of support they need prenatally and during the delivery. And these women are there, they stay for the delivery and help advocate. We heard what happened to Cara, and if she had had a doula, then maybe that doula could have helped force people to do what they needed to do in terms of services. I will end there because I know I've eaten into your time, but if there are any questions, please let me know.
Sister Kim, do you see any questions? I thought we had one in the Q&A, but it's disappeared.
I did make one note. It said, why are there such a high rate for deaths with college students? I believe that's what it was.
College educated.
College
Yeah.
educated.
Oh, for college educated women?
Yes.
Again, we don't know all the reasons for it, but for some reason with Black women, we do not always get the kinds of services that we need. As was indicated with Cara, people say they're in pain and people don't believe them, and they discount whatever. But some of that we need to have studies to better understand why this is happening, even in college educated women. And I've seen it in data of programs across this country. So it's real.
I'd like to add to that. Weathering has been proposed as one component of highly educated women who are dying. As I said before, what happens with weathering is we are subjected to a lot of stress, discrimination, racism. This takes a toll on your physical health as well as your mental health. And then I've noticed just in my personal life, people who don't look like us are intimidated when we try to tell them what to do. So that has a lot to do with it.
And going back to Cara, I don't know all her history, but it sounded like from what her husband said, she had a C-section. C-sections are surgery. And any surgery you have, you are at high risk. And sometimes people just think getting the C-section is easy. It is not. And so they should have been looking for hemorrhaging, possible hemorrhaging in someone that had had a C-section. That person is at high risk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. There was a second question. The list that Dr. Hatcher was giving, could it be provided?
Yes, I'll
I guess
put
it
a
was-
link. Yes, I'll put a link in. Yes.
Also, we had one question for Dr. Johnson that came in a little later. What can we do as missionaries to reduce the rate of postpartum deaths?
Well, as missionaries, as Dr. Hatcher was speaking about, we can partner with different organizations. We can help change laws that provide more health care for our Black sisters. And on a more personal level, just start with your family. You need to be watching your postpartum sister like a hawk. I mean, it's when you're in the situation, it doesn't dawn on you that how risky the situation is. But we as missionaries know, or now we know, that this is serious. And some of our younger sisters don't take it very seriously. Because when you're young, you just think you're invincible, you think you're healthy, you think you can endure anything. But we know that, you know, anything can happen. So we need to be there as their support system. I know when I was pregnant or delivered my twins, I had a whole village of support in that my mom, she moved in for 2 or 3 weeks into my house and stayed with me to make sure that, you know, if anything came up, she was on it. And y'all know my mom, Marilyn West, she was on it, okay? Lifetime missionary member, she was on it. So we as missionaries can start with our families, our friends, people in our church. Sometimes, you know, it may feel like you're being a little intrusive or impeding on their privacy. If we're keeping them alive, that's what we need to do.
Okay. I see that we have put in did you share that, Dr. Hatcher, in the chat?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. The links to both the video and the list of partnerships. And we should note those things, ladies. They're valuable resources. We have had the best of the best this morning with us. We thank both Dr. Johnson and Dr. Hatcher for their presentations. And I keep hearing them talk about lunch, and we, you know, sometimes we might need to, you know, back up, but we're gonna get on to lunch. But after we hear from our NGO representative, who will tell us about the Mother's Day cause. I promise you it won't be long. Welcome, Sister Cece.
Yes, thank you so very much. Taste and see that the Lord is good. To Bishop James L. Davis, Episcopal Supervisor of Mother Aurelius Davis, President Celeria Moore, Connectional President Dr. Deborah Taylor King, Washington Conference Branch President Jeanette Hyde, a Ninth International President Shirley Kasem Reed, and our immediate past SED President D. Faye Connolly, and NGO Representative Sean Ross. Thank you all for your collective leadership. I am because you are. So today, just give me one moment here. Okay, my system just froze. I apologize. So we want to talk about fistula. My name is Cece Cole. As mentioned, I'm the WMS NGO liaison for the 2nd Episcopal District and the PME director for the esteemed Queens Jefferson Women Missionary Society under the vibrant leadership of Sandra Wright. For the past 2 decades, I've been supporting the United Nations goals for promoting quality education, gender equality, and peaceful, sustainable development, and have been serving Maryland, Virginia, and the DC area for the last 8 years, advocating for the eradication of all forms of violence against women and girls. I also serve in capacity as director and vice president for 2 other international organizations, one focusing on maternal health and the other on the girl child. Professionally, I am a realtor, a real estate concierge with Keller Williams Capital Properties. I am truly excited about the first annual Mission Institute and the great vision of our illustrious SED president. The presentation so far has just been so wonderful and just so informative. And I have so many copious notes. I wish I would have kept up with my shorthand so I can take a lot more. President Moore has been very deliberate in identifying who we are, and continuing in that vein, I just want to tell you a little bit about the NGO. There are 19 NGO liaisons for the Women Missionary Society of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. We're international faith-based non-governmental organizations with the United Nations and Economic Social Council consultative status. And our membership, of course, comprised of members in the United States and across 4 continents in 32 countries. So we know that life and health are the most basic human rights. Yes, disparities within the United States and the globe continue to grow. Today, I will focus on the global impact of maternal health / fistula. Obstetric fistula is one of the most serious and tragic childbirth injuries that occurs. And it occurs when it creates a hole between the birth canal and the bladder or the rectum, which is usually associated with untimely access to maternal care, quality healthcare systems, and prolonged or obstructed labor, as you heard from other 2 sisters that came before me. Fistula is a preventable disease. And why do I say that? We heard in Kiara's story, if she had the adequate care, that would have never happened to her. I believe with the implementation of conversations like we're having today, systems, programs, processes, and projects to meet the demands of sustainable development goals, and for this purpose, we're focused on the sustainable development goal number 3, that challenges us to reduce and end preventable deaths of newborns and children under the age of 5. Furthermore, reduce the mortality rate by 25% and 1/3 of premature mortality from non-communicable diseases. And we can prevent fistula from occurring if we do those things. Health disparities are real and more prevalent in our communities. Black and brown women experience fistula disproportionately, and oftentimes their voices are not heard. So let me tell you what happens to these women. These women are isolated to a recluse because with fistula, they are left with incontinent issues, leaking urine and feces, leading to other chronic medical health problems, including depression, poverty, and social isolation. Hundreds of thousands of women and girls go through this every single day, not just over there in developing emerging markets, but as you heard from my other 2 sisters, it's happening right here too. A humble, informative communication that I like to read from time to time called Dot Mom reported an estimated 810 women die from pregnancy or childbirth related complications around the world every single day. And for women who dies, it's estimated 20 more experience acute chronic morbidity afterwards. So we cannot really talk about morbidity rates without touching on mortality or vice versa, because they go hand in hand. Morbidity is the result of, refers to illness or disease. And of course, mortality refers to death. And in this case, we're talking about maternal health and child mortality. And when we're talking about fistula, there's so many different types of fistula, right? So we have fistula between the urinary tract and the vagina, or fistula between the bladder and the uterus, or between the urethra and the vagina, or even between the colon and the bladder, or between the rectum and the vagina. These are all the things that women experience during and post-childbirth. You heard the jaw-dropping statistics from Dr. Barbara Hatcher and Dr. Zelda Johnson. And we heard about Kira's gut-wrenching story. But I want to tell you a story about Agatha, who at the tender age of 15, when she's just really getting to understand who she is as a girl, she's sold off to her neighbor in an arranged marriage by her father, who, get this, who's the head of his village. In her letter, Agatha said, soon after I married, at the age of 15, I was pregnant. I went into labor. It was very difficult. I spent 5 days labor in the hands of the village women, battling for my life and battling to give birth, but I could not. On the 6th day, my uncle took me from the village to the nearest health center, which is over 40 miles away. I want you to just imagine that for a minute. Close your eyes and imagine being in labor and being driven on unpaved, unsafe roads 40 miles away to get help that you need while you're getting ready to have a child. She said, once we got there, an unskilled health provider pulled the baby out by force. My son was dead. The following day, my torment started. I could not control my bladder anymore. Her experience of prolonged and obstructed labor is a major cause of maternal death and disability. Often labor is prolonged when the woman's pelvis is too small or the baby is too large for a vaginal delivery. This type of labor happens and it's up by 5% of birth that causes 8% of maternal deaths. Adolescent girls, of course, like Agatha, her age, her pelvis may not be fully developed yet, which causes the complications during childbirth. We have another story of a Ugandan fistula survivor. I want her to tell her own story. She suffered for 18 years of embarrassment and isolation from leaking urine and feces, and she was a married woman. Her husband jumped in. He had to use rags, sheets, anything he can to help her with the leaking issue. But I'm going to let Federica tell her own story. Let me get that queued up. There we go.
Amanya gange mpitibwa Federesi Nakalyango.
My name is Federici Nakalyango. I come from Sembabluwe district in Uganda. I got pregnant in 1990. At the end of 2 days of pushing, the midwife told me I had failed to deliver and sent me to the big hospital. They operated, but the baby was already dead. In the hospital, they had put in a tube. When the tube was taken out, I started leaking urine. Urine and feces were just coming out freely. After 2 months in the hospital, I was allowed to go home. The feces had stopped dripping, but the urine continued. When I went back to my husband, at first he didn't know what had happened. But he saw that whenever I sat down, urine would come out. I decided to separate our beds because of the leaking. My husband started tearing up small pieces of blankets so I could pad myself to soak up the urine. He tried to get me some traditional medicines, but they failed to work. So he sent me home. I tried my best to hide the problem so no one would notice. I was a choir member. Sometimes I was sent by the church to sing at workshops. Sometimes I refused to go, trying to hide the problem. If I did agree to go, I wouldn't drink anything. I would pad myself to keep from leaking. Sometimes I had to go and wash my pads. People used to tell me of different hospitals where I could get help for this problem. I could not believe my problem could be cured. Finally, I agreed to go to the hospital, and the very first operation was successful. Women shouldn't get scared, because after 15 years with the problem, I'm now okay. I thank God. He alone does all things.
And so we see that when we get the proper health care, that things work. That is just one story of many. The prevention of postpartum fistula requires good prenatal care. As someone mentioned before, it starts before. You have to have good prenatal care, adequate maternity facilities, especially the availability of a midwifery staff. I really believe that midwives are a necessary component to every woman's prenatal care. We need to try to incorporate that because they catch things that other doctors do not. 75 to 85% of first surgeries for postpartum fistula are actually very successful. In the book of Luke, God says, heal the sick who are there and tell them the kingdom of God is near. In closing, we do have to continue this work as missionaries to be advocates, to be on the front line for women's health. I say it all the time because I like to date the statement going all the way back to Malcolm X. He said, the most endangered woman in America is the Black woman. We talked about women that are college educated versus women, as you see that in emerging markets. It doesn't matter. We are at risk. It doesn't matter if you're college educated or in a rural area or in emerging markets. We have the same issue when it comes down to healthcare. Our needs, our concerns are not being heard and they're not being addressed. As missionaries, we really do have to stay on the front line to continue to be the voice for the voiceless and the hope for the hopeless. We have to continue to have these conversations so that we can come together and make sure that this does not continue to happen. How much longer are we going to allow all these preventable deaths to happen within our communities? I believe that the outcomes helped by increasing knowledge, understanding, and communication of creative interventions that could be integrated into policies and programs for our communities, locally at the society level and across all districts through the SDGs. My WMS NGO advocacy plan includes fistula, which is an abnormal connection or passageway that connects two organs. The goal is to create spaces, once again, for conversation to engage the community, raise awareness about fistula, what's happening to our women, and particularly our younger women. We need to start having a conversation very early and to advocate for quality maternal health. The action item is to really reach out to gynecological professionals within our communities to have this conversation. It is urgent, it is a crisis to ensure that we have healthy lives, promote well-being, promote healthy babies, and to meet with our specialists to implement strategies to deter mortality rates in our communities. Let's be present and vigilant for we are created in advance for his workmanship. I want to thank you, President Moore, for the opportunity to share this very important issue on women's health. And I want to thank my other two sisters who came before me to talk about this issue. We have to come together to help save our sisters. Thank you so very much.
Cece, what happens on Mother's Day in terms of the missionaries and fistula?
What will happen or what does happen?
What will, what does, what has in the past and will in the future?
In regard to fistula, I'm not sure what happened in the past related to your question, but what's going forward in terms of my idea for what we should focus on is conversations. Let's talk about what does it mean to be a mother? What does it mean to carry a child? What does it mean to get early health and early prenatal care? What are the prenatal controls that we need to really start thinking about when we start thinking about planning for having a baby? Sometimes it's not planned. And so
I was speaking of Mother's Day.
Right. What could you give me more?
What do we do, the missionaries do on Mother's Day as it relates to fistula?
What can we do?
Isn't that the time that we collect funds to send to the Connectional WMS?
Oh, you're asking what have we done? Okay, yes, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Yes. That is correct.
Sister Reed, were you going to say something?
No, I was just going to the question you asked in the past, what had we done? Mother's Day has been a major day where we collect funds for fistula.
Right.
One of the areas where we have worked very hard to build and bring awareness to the organization. So that's what we have done in the past. Now, what we're doing in the future, I can't answer, but that's what's been done under Sister Bertha Pitts, who started the Mother's Day drive for fistula.
Right. Sorry, I didn't quite understand your question. But that is something that we need to have continuity of, because it really shows that we are advocates on the front lines, but not just for Mother's Day. We have to be continuity of that throughout the year. But yes, we do that. And it's a really great program that the missionaries work on every single year to raise monies for fistula.
We do have, can you hear me? We do have one question in the question box. To me, it's regarding fistula. Is this medical condition prevalent with women in the United States?
Absolutely. It's here as well as over there. It's not just international, a global issue. Well, it's a global issue, but it doesn't just happen in emerging and developing areas. It happens right here in the United States as well. There's actually a physician here within the Maryland area. What is her name? Dr. Mava Robinson. She actually focused on fistula, and she's right here, I believe, in Southern Maryland. So yes, we have specialists right here that focus on it. It's not just internationally, but it's right here in the United States as well. We just don't really talk about it as much.
Thank you. Those are all the questions in the question and answer box that I can see.
I want to thank our presenters again, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Hatcher, and Sister Cece Cole for bringing us phenomenal amount of information. This particular session, and as well as the previous, we're on, I guess, information overload right now, but we need to be about our Father's business. So we need a little sustenance. So we're going to take our luncheon break at this time, and we're going to have our next session begin at 1:35. That'll give us about 30 minutes almost for lunch. So 1:35, we're going to come back. And President Moore is asking that we come back promptly. It can be a working lunch if you haven't quite completed your lunch, but we do need to break now. And I see our afternoon panelists are coming on. So we'll do the spinning of the wheel when we return for the Washington Conference. Enjoy your lunch at this time.
For those who are breaking for lunch, don't sign out, just turn your cameras off, please. Thank you.
When I think of the AME Church,
that we are for their development. Call it self-help if you wanna, but their development and participation in the world society on equal footing with everybody else. And third, that we will define ourselves. We will define our issues. We will define our own goals, because whoever makes the definition has already forecast the outcome.
Well, I think what it means to me is that here we had an institution that got its art back in 1787, before Black men were really free, when people were striving for some sense of dignity. Those brave people who began the movement which became the AME Church had the courage and the integrity and the faith to step out and give leadership to what really became, I think, one of the greatest treasures of our time.
I was inspired as a boy, 8 years old, when I heard and understood the story of Richard Allen. And it gave me the energy and the drive to want to be something. I was just thinking of the nerve that it took for Richard Allen to walk out of that church. And even some of the people in there with him, his own color, would not follow him. But he walked out and stood for justice.
I've always called the AME Church a movement. Richard Allen, the founder of the AME Church, was not pursuing a religion when he founded the church. He had already found religion, not establishing a religion, but precipitating a movement. I just always refer to the AME Church as the AME movement.
What is most important is Richard Allen has engendered in us a conversation about self-initiation, self-development, self-affirmation, and how we help to make the community of faith, which we call African Methodism, have the space and opportunity to enlarge the circle of fellowship and growth for our witness and worship.
That's what made the AME Church so unique. And the genius of African Methodism is that from the least to the greatest, it has been I think, a kind of interesting melting pot, if you will, where people have come from different backgrounds, whether you're talking about women, children, black, white. Our motto itself speaks volumes. It was the spirit of helping one another, serving the Lord. That's what he was all about.
A man who had meager resources at the time himself decided that if we put our nickels together, then we can not only help ourselves, but we can help our brothers and help our sisters to get to a point where they can help themselves and help somebody else. And I think that's, for me, that's the same spirit of African Methodism.
And when you talk about the spirit of AME, you can't get around Richard Allen and Sarah Allen. We have not keyed in as much as we might on Flora Allen. Even Jarena Lee comes to the fore in terms of the spirit of African Methodism. But it's also Daniel Payne, it's Henry McNeil Turner.
The African Methodist Episcopal Church is a church that was founded on the idea of self-help, because nobody will do for us what we ought to be doing for ourselves. And if Richard Allen has taught me anything, or the story of Richard Allen has taught me anything, it has taught me the sense of self-empowerment.
You have pioneering people, resilient people, strong people, passionate people, that even if a hurricane comes along and destroys your community and church, the people pop up and say, we'll build again. And that was what really impressed me about the African Methodist Episcopal Church in the face of Katrina.
One interview I remember at the AME church right in downtown New Orleans, and he said, "We are the African Methodist Episcopal Church. We are the oldest denomination in America, predominantly of African American people, and we will rebuild. We're not going anywhere." And I just wanted to cry. I mean, because that is the spirit of African Methodism. No matter what, come hell or high water, we will prevail.
One of the things for me that makes us AME is that we love worship, and you can't put us in a corner. We love the breadth of worship, the styles of worship. It's best seen in our music. It's really in the AME church where you can still find great hymns being sung, along with new gospel songs and praise songs. It is something for all people, young and old, highly educated and those with minimal education. They can still find a home in African Methodism.
I think there's something to be said about the music that we sing. I still get joy out of how great the wisdom, power, and grace, how sweet the name of Jesus sounds in a believer's ear, soothes his sorrows, heals his wounds, and drives away his fears. Oh, for 1,000 tongues to sing my great Redeemer's praise.
I'm saying that we've got to be open, to be creative, innovative, to be able to meet the needs of all the people. And I think the AME Church can do that, but we've got to be open, worship, music, ministries. I think what we're really going to have to do is look at what's really significant that makes us who we are. And in the process of trying to be relevant, trying to be contemporary, that we don't lose who we are in the conveyance of contemporary language, contemporary music, contemporary liturgy, contemporary styles of worship. Because one of the essence, I think, of who we are is our history and the soul searching, the dungeon shaking experiences that Richard Allen spoke about, that we need to continue to create environments for people to have those spiritual transformation moments where present day believers can have dungeons shook.
I think when people understand why the worship is as it is, or why we go through the Decalogue, what are the things that make us who we are, such that we're not just any other denomination? I think people appreciate that and then can move in that a little bit more comfortably. We cannot allow ourselves to believe that the things that have made us who we are and developed us as believers in Jesus Christ can be pushed aside because we want more numbers or we want to compete with the churches that are growing that are not of our denomination.
But social justice is very important to AMEs because somehow or another it seems to be part of our DNA, our origination. It's our essence. And if we aren't faithful to that essence, many of the good things that we do are pale in their significance if that piece is not there, front and center.
It was in 1960 at the General Conference in Los Angeles, California, that we succeeded in getting past the social action law.
We try to be intentional about our social action theme, and that's because we were rooted in a social action movement in that regard. I do think there's we have found a way of combining a kind of a radical, for lack of a better term, neo-Pentecostalism, which helps the Spirit, the Holy Spirit move. The Holy Spirit moves as he wants to move, but it enlivens the church. But I think we've had a certain genius about using that without losing the social thrust.
My great hope for African Methodism is to see it come alive again and to see it become the community-driven force that spoke so much in civil rights, that spoke so much in social justice, that spoke so much in educational concerns, that did so much to lift the level of our participation in making life meaningful.
I just think the Black church has got to challenge the powers that be on behalf of our people. And I think if we do that, it will not only make a difference in terms of the world, but it will also even in terms help big church growth. People want to know, what does this church have to offer that's going to help me and my family? That single mother trying to raise 3 children, what does the church have to offer to help me in the raising of my children? I think the church has got to be relevant, and I do not think we're relevant if we're not speaking to the issues where people live. Richard Allen is the example premier of being a prophetic voice. You know, before he started the church, it was the Free African Society. He took an interest in the lives of people, and I think the church was a natural evolvement from the Free African Society.
If you know the history of Brown Chapel AME Church in Selma and the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, the marches, the training of the marches used to take place in Brown Chapel AME Church in Selma. And the distance from Brown Chapel to the Edmund Pettus Bridge was about a mile, mile and a quarter. So they were really in good stride by the time they got to the bridge. The pep rallies and Andy Young and some others who were in charge of the training of marchers, that took place in our churches. Not just in Selma, but there were a number of other churches in Alabama and in South Georgia along Highway 84 between Dothan, Alabama and Donaldsonville, Georgia, where many, many persons of the civil rights movement were trained.
When things in Memphis really got bad, it was persons such as H.F. Jackson and Starks, Harold and Starks, who had relationships with Martin Luther King. Claiborne Temple was right next door to the Minimum Salary Department, where H.F. Jackson had his office. It was big, so it became a rallying place for demonstrations. Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Ralph Abernathy, they all met at Claiborne Temple to begin the marches.
Apartheid in South Africa now, the story hasn't really been told, but it started in the AME Church. The leaders of the ANC in the beginning were preachers of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Sister Makeke, the niece to the founder of the African Methodist Episcopal Church in South Africa, came as a student to Wilberforce in Ohio. And that's how the connection of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. But here's the interesting fact. This lady was the founder of the ANC Women's League.
The AME Church was the only African church that provided leadership, that provided refuge for the politicians, of the freedom fighters, if you may call them. I'll give an example of the first Republican president of Zambia. Southern Rhodesia was Zimbabwe now, and then the Northern Rhodesia was Zambia. So Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, his house was just next to the African Methodist Episcopal Church. And they were coming in the church whenever the colonial masters were pursuing them, they found solace in the church.
I think that God, by God's Spirit, is determined that this is the season that we really become a global church. When you think about it, 4 years ago, we went into Asia for the first time, and the church is really growing there.
The Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, is actively in the central part of Africa. In Brazil is another hotbed for the Holy Spirit. What he is doing there. In Asia, it's the same.
When I moved into Kenya to start the work in Kenya, there was no church in Kenya. I just called people and we had a meeting. I introduced myself and that I belong to the African Methodist Episcopal Church. So the first question, African Methodist Episcopal Church. And I went on to explain what it meant, that it is not only the church for the Africans, but it has got African origin. And people warmed up, got interested to know what is this African Methodist Episcopal Church, about its doctrine, about its beliefs. So we started the church in Kenya.
Being birthed out of segregation by our wonderful founder, Richard Allen, who worked and paid for his own freedom because he believed that Black people, people of color, anywhere in the world could be anything they wanted to be. And I think most Africans, when they encounter the belief systems and the working and the system of African Methodism, a connection with church, that we own a piece of every church in the world, man, it get you fire up.
What happened in Charleston, South Carolina at Mother Emanuel was absolutely horrific. It broke our hearts. It really broke our hearts. Not just our hearts, but other people all over the world.
I was devastated. I was floored out because, see, I knew Reverend Pinckney, and I also knew Dan Simmons and some of the other people because of my being in and out of Emmanuel, attending the various meetings, conferences, etc. I was just out of transplant surgery and had to find a way to deal with all that was going on there. I wondered at one time if I would be able to even attend the funeral, but my surgeon said there's no question that although you are just out of operation, he said you must go to the funeral. And you must go because you need to see the people and they need to see you. It was clearly an AME funeral. There came people from all over the country who wanted to be in charge. The Senate and the representatives showed up and were expecting prominent seating on the stage. And Bobby Rankin, who was our chief of security, he told them, he said, this is not a political event. This is an AME worship service and funeral.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me.
After the funeral, I joined the funeral procession to Marion County, to where Clementa's body was laid to rest. As we passed through the various communities, white folk, black folk, the smaller town, standing with American flags, the flag waving, tears flowing. I said, my God, but why did it take that tragic incident for that to happen? And then shortly thereafter,
the removal of the Confederate flag. Something that I knew was not going to occur in my lifetime.
It's a great honor. The church has a very proud history and has really stood for the spirit of African Americans, and I would even say the spirit of America in Charleston since 1818. A spirit of defiance and standing up for what is right and what is true. And when I say that, I mean that Morris Brown, the founder, second Bishop of Zion, believed that African Americans ought to be able to assemble and worship freely, as Richard Allen thought in Philadelphia. It's interesting that they were not aware of each other, but the same sort of fervor and spirit that Richard Allen had in Philadelphia was the same kind of spirit and fervor of Morris Brown. And maybe that's why they became such good friends over time. But Mother Emanuel, since 1818, has stood for freedom and worship for African Americans in South Carolina. And so it's an humbling privilege I have to serve as pastor.
This is my story. This is my song. Praising my Savior. This is my story. This is my song. Praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story. This is my song. Praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story. This is my song. Praising my Savior. Praising my Savior.
Welcome back. I'm so glad to have you back, and I hope you enjoyed the video on African Methodism. There is a question, Sister Moore, in the chat. The question is about the video. Is the video available on the SED YouTube channel? If not, where can we get it? Very educational.
You can get that through, I think the AME, the Anvil and the AME Publishing office should be able to tell you where you can get that.
All right. Thank you so much. It was a most enjoyable lunch with information being shared. Okay, our Washington representative, Sister Cecilia Melvin Scott, is going to come forward and spin the wheel. And after that, our young adult, our member at large, Sister Desiree Gordon, will come forth and moderate the next session. Welcome, Cecilia.
Blessed afternoon, Second Episcopal District missionary family. As she spoke, I am Cecilia Melvin Scott, the PME director for the mighty, amazing Washington Conference branch, standing in for our second vice president, Antoinette Brooks. Washington Conference branch, are you feeling lucky today? Take a look at the wheel, and we're gonna, I guess I'm sharing it. I thought we were gonna have someone else to share.
I have it.
Okay.
I'm gonna share it now. Just give me a moment.
Awesome. Take a look at the wheel. It's not just a wheel of names. Look, we have a wheel of amazing workers. We have a wheel of amazing leaders of the 2nd District. And on the connectional level, we have a wheel of amazing trailblazers. So let's pump it up and spin the amazing wheel. Congratulations, Trisha Lewis. All right. I'll be contacting you to get your information so you can receive your prize.
Thank you, Sister Cecilia. And
You're welcome.
Please make sure we get that after you've received it to forward it on to us. Thank you. And now to the platform, we are going to invite Sister Desiree. You ready?
Yes. How are you? Good afternoon,
Hi.
everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm just checking the panelists, and I believe we are missing a few that may need to be elevated.
Who are they?
I do not see Jacqueline Manning.
Barbara is here. Barbara Myers is here.
Okay. And then I also do not see Marvin Brown. I just wanted to take care of that before we got started.
I don't see Marvin Brown in the list. Let me keep looking. I don't see Marvin Brown online. What was the other name?
Jacqueline Manning.
I don't see that person online either.
Okay, well, we will go ahead and get started. I just wanted to check before. Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you. Our next section is on redistricting, and we have a few panelists that I will briefly introduce to everyone before they can also introduce themselves if there are things that I do not highlight that they would like to highlight. First, we have Sister Barbara Myers, who is a licensed clinical social worker and a certified mental health first aid instructor. She retired in 2020 and as a social work program director of Broughton Hospital in Morganton, North Carolina. She is extremely active in her community and her county of Burke County, and currently serves as the NAACP Assistant Treasurer and Secretary Treasurer for the former board chair of the Blue Ridge Community Action Board. And she is the member of the Burke County United Way Board of Directors. She is also a woman of my own heart and was the former president of the Hickory Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and currently serves as their chair of emergency response team and a member of the Social Action Committee. She is a member of Gaston Chapel AME Church, and her motto is, "Let the life I live speak for me." Psalm 25 is her favorite scripture. Next, we have Brother J. Gioni Palmer, and he is the founder and publisher of Thinking Good, a digital media community that helps men be their better selves, and the men's minister at Metropolitan African Methodist Episcopal Church in Washington, D.C. He is a graduate of the University of California at Los Angeles and Howard University School of Divinity. He is currently pursuing a Master of Fine Arts in Creative Writing at American University. Palmer is a former journalist, congressional staffer, and Obama administrator appointee. He lives in Washington, D.C. with his wife, 2 sons, 2 cats, and a puppy. Filling in for Ms. Jacqueline Manning, we will have our own Second Episcopal District President, Celeria Moore. And that is all we will have on the panel for this section. I will start by allowing Sister Myers to give us a general overview of redistricting and the general information about North Carolina.
Good afternoon. First, let me thank President Moore and the panel for the opportunity to be here today to speak about redistricting. Certainly being involved in the community is at the heart of what I do. And I hope that as we move through this conversation today, it will encourage others to recognize the importance of the census, redistricting, and your right to vote. The preamble of the United States Constitution begins with "We the people." And over the last 200 plus years, we have been defining who is we the people in our American democracy. And so as we look at this issue, we know that that definition has changed significantly because we have to look at racial minorities, we begin to look at women, and we look at Native Americans and others who now make up our communities. And so that definition has certainly changed. However, there remains new issues. How do we make the people's voice count? And as we look at certain things, we need to ask ourselves, are minorities fairly represented at all levels? Do we have the voice and an equal opportunity to elect our representatives who will consider what our needs and our interests are? This redistricting process determines our local school boards, our city and county representatives, as well as our state legislators and our congressional representatives. So as African Americans and members of this church, we need to ask ourselves, how can our communities participate? How can we ensure that our interests are being heard and represented by our elected officials? And how can we ensure that the voting strength of our communities are not weakened? Did you complete the census? This is where the data for the reapportionment and the redistricting comes from, as that information helps to determine how many persons are appointed to each one of our districts to represent us in the House of Representatives. And then, of course, our legislators begin to draw the lines to make that actually happen. And looking at the growth over the last 10 years, we have seen growth in such places as Texas, North Carolina, Florida, Oregon, Montana, and Colorado, which have added congressional seats to their delegation. These new seats in these states will be offset, however, by losses of seats in New York, Illinois, Ohio, Pennsylvania, California, Michigan, and West Virginia. So we see that there was growth and there were also population losses. This will be the first time since 1961 that we will not use pre-clearance as we look at the drawing of the maps. They will not have to be approved and reviewed by the Justice Department, because the Supreme Court said in 2013, they struck down a part of the Voting Rights Act, which then seems to me to open up the opportunity for extreme gerrymandering. And so we see that it now becomes an after the fact litigation rather than looking at things beforehand. And also we must think in terms of who controls the drawing of the maps. and it comes differently as we look at different states. But generally, the state legislature does that. And in some states, the legislature controls both houses and the congressional lines, while in others, it's just the congressional lines. But at the end of the day, when the maps have been drawn, the states then vote on these maps in their legislative chambers. And in some states, the governor has an opportunity to veto these maps. And of course, litigation can also be a part of what happens beyond the enactment. But 10 states have completed the drawing of their maps and they have been enacted. 34 states still have maps that are incomplete. And of course, we have 6 states that only have 1 district. So as we look at this mapping process, we certainly need to think about several terms: gerrymandering, packing, cracking, and certainly the criteria that the legislators or the lawmakers will use when they're drawing the maps, such as compactness, contiguity, population, race, and political history. So why is redistricting important? The how and where districts are drawn in our states will often determine if our community can elect people of choice on our school boards, our city councils, our county commissioners, our legislature, and in Congress. And it also influences whether our elected officials respond to our needs with schooling, funding, healthcare, and other things. And it goes back to 1960 when the Supreme Court says that the districts need to emphasize the one person, one vote. And when we look at this requirement, it means equal population. And we know that you take the number of districts that you have been appropriated and you divide that by your population. And that should tell you from at least a 5% above or below what districts should look like. And because pre-clearance is no longer in existence, it does not mean that the parts of the Voting Rights Act are not in play. And so as we look at 2020 and after the presidential election, we saw a lot of states making a lot of changes to voting rights laws, some to assist and some to deny. And so between September the 1st, between January 1 and September the 27th, at least 19 states enacted 33 laws that made it harder for people to vote. And if we had had the John Lewis Act, then pre-clearance would have been in place in such places as Florida, Georgia, and Texas. But at the same time, during that same period, we had 25 states that enacted 62 laws with provisions that expanded voting access. So today, we have civil rights legislation pending, the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights of Advancement Act. And with those, we see voting and redistricting and campaign finance, but we also see an opportunity for people to be restored to a place where they can challenge some of the discriminatory laws. The processes across states are different, but in all states, people have opportunities to make their voices heard. They can testify at public hearings, they can partner with advocacy groups, and they can reach out to legislators and those who draw the maps. But above all, we must do something, because fair maps represents our views, and it also can determine our access to those things that we need. And at last, we must also address the issue where barriers have been created for minority voters, like the felon disenchantment laws and the census miscount, which have continued impact of limiting the ability of all citizens to fully participate in the political process. Thank you. Now let me take a breath and I'll talk to you about North Carolina. The redistricting process in North Carolina, as some writers have said, has the makings of a classic thriller. There are twists and turns and policies and intrigue and edge of your seat courtroom drama, not to mention the crazy quilt of maps, but together they certainly meet the needs of those who are in control and not we, the people. And in North Carolina, they will be drawing new lines after the census is passed out and doing their first session. And I must say, they have already drawn the lines, they have enacted the maps, and now there are 2 cases pending on litigation. Even though North Carolina says that we have free elections, some people want to inhibit our right to do so. But during the census, North Carolina was one of the 6 states that gained a seat in the US House, which moved them from 13 to 14 seats. And as a result of that, estimated growth was seen in Wake and Mecklenburg counties. However, when one views our maps, we wonder if the map drawers actually took that in consideration in a positive way. There were criteria that they had to determine how they would draw the maps. They said there'd be contiguous districts. They said that they would work to avoid splitting communities and districts, and they would try to put like-minded communities of interest to keep those intact. But they also said that they would protect incumbents and consider members' addresses as a part of the process. So as the maps have been drawn and enacted, 10 of the 14 districts in North Carolina seem to go toward the GOP. And that can influence our representation in the House of Representatives. And as I said, on October the 29th, there was litigation filed for their failure to consider race. And then on November the 4th, there was a challenge to the congressional maps by a group that works under former Attorney General Holden. In North Carolina, the governor is forbidden from vetoing the maps. So we started out with 13 public hearings in September. 62 were in 2011. And after the drawing of the maps, we had 2 additional hearings. But there were concerns about the time the hearings were held and the distance that persons had to travel. But a general theme was echoed in testimony. And basically, the residents were asking the legislators to do better. Transparency, fairness, inclusive process, and understanding the uniqueness of communities. And in addition, they were also asking them to look back at things that they had denied during past cycles in terms of accountable representation, essential resources, and how they had divided communities at the expense of political gain. So now North Carolina becomes the 10th state to complete the redistricting process. And yes, we have maps, and I encourage those from North Carolina to look at Senate Bill 739, which looks at the 50 seats of the Senate, and look at what has happened to Mecklenburg, Guilford, Forsyth, Wake, and Durham counties. And then I encourage you to look at Senate Bill 740, the congressional map drawings, the 14 seats that we have in the House, and look at what has happened to Mecklenburg, Wake, and Guilford. And then look at House Bill 976, the 120 seats that we have in the State House, and look at Mecklenburg, Guilford, Wake, and Durham. Is this representation for the people? And in those map drawings, those first-time Representative Kathy Manning's district has certainly changed, and now she is in the 11th. And we also look at G.K. Butterfield, who is now in the new 2nd. And what does this do to their ability to be reelected? But what can we do? Well, I'm glad you asked. Join advocacy groups and participate in your community of interest, identifying needs and ways to address those via your city, your county, your congressional and legislative representatives. Because one thing that we have to always remember is that politics is local. We need to participate in voter registration events, inclusive of education, and write your congressional representatives and advocating for support of the voter rights bills. And even though you may vote on a consistent basis, there are those who may not. And the result of down year election outcomes should serve as an indicator for us to show up every time there is an election. And on November the 2nd in North Carolina, we did have elections across the state, although some were not held due to the redrawing of the maps. But there should be a canvass held by your local board within the week. Please make a priority to attend and hear what they have to say about how the election happened in your county. And then find out when their monthly meetings are and make sure that you're attending, because again, decisions are made there and you need to be at the table. Look at your maps again and see how it has impacted your community, and reach out to those who are trying to change that process and involve yourself in that change, and advocate for impartial redistricting. And when it seems like all else has failed, allow your faith to move you, and the words of the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., to center you for the journey ahead. I have the audacity to believe that people everywhere can have 3 meals a day for their bodies, education and culture for their minds, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirit. I believe that what self-centered men have torn down, other-centered men can build up. So I encourage you to become other-centered men and women. And as First Lady Michelle Obama said, our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Myers. Do we have any questions in the Q&A for Sister Myers?
None seen.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Marvin Brown has joined us. He is a community organizer with the New Virginia Minority. He helped change a few laws for returning citizens who may have committed nonviolent offenses. Mr. Brown advocated for the closing of Beaumont Youth Prison and has written several articles regarding this issue. Mr. Brown has presented at several youth summits and describes himself as a God-fearing man who is here to give his insight when needed. Welcome, Mr. Brown. My first question will be for you. My question to you is, what impact will last Tuesday's election have on redistricting in the Commonwealth of Virginia? We can't hear you, on mute.
My apologies.
No problem.
Due to, the current election and, its results, my opinion, my perception, I feel as though redistricting or gerrymandering will look totally different. I think that a lot of cracking will go upon, and as well as prison gerrymandering, looking to actually veer in a certain direction to be able to extract more votes for their majority so that they can push a certain agenda. My thing is that while I'm out here doing all of my community organizing and canvassing, my thing is to actually educate each and every individual within our underserved communities, within our society, period, about what prison gerrymandering is, what cracking is, what agenda these men and women in a certain political party will actually strive to push on us, and that we have to be properly educated enough so that we can be able to push back, know our rights, and just being able to teach people about Section 2 of our voter rights that was established in 1965, being able to understand that the majority minority vote cannot be altered in any manner with cracking or any type of under any type of gerrymandering whatsoever. So my thing is, I know that there's going to be some sort of altering in the narrative as far as redistricting or gerrymandering. So I'm just keeping my eyes open towards those situations. I don't have too much to say about that situation, but just my perception, I'm very cautious about the future. And according to what the future is going to look like, I'm going to make sure that I equip the people within my community to be able to successfully re-enter society as far as any type of returning citizens or getting the proper provisions for underserved communities and things that, and allowing them to properly equip themselves with the proper knowledge so that they can find some sort of loophole or either know their rights so they won't be taken advantage of.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Mr. Palmer, I would like to ask you, why do you think residents should care and become more involved in the redistricting process?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I thank my pastor, William A. Lamar IV, who had a conflict at the last minute for recommending me for this opportunity. I am a former news reporter, worked on Capitol Hill, and have seen the redistricting process play itself out at a multitude of levels, everything from school board all the way up to state legislature and as well as Congress. And it's critically important for people to pay attention to it. I mean, on some level where we are right now, depending on where you live, the cake is already baked. It starts by first participating, as Sister Myers said, in the census process. I think there is a reason why there were so many games that were played at the federal level regarding the census count. And it's not just about who gets counted, but also who doesn't get counted. And while I know our focus today is on the political process, the census is also used to determine where grocery stores go, right? It's also used to determine government services. And other commercial things that impact a person's life. So from that aspect on down to the political process, it's just critically important right now. I saw somebody asked in the chat if we could be clear about some of our terms that we're using. For instance, cracking, that's a relatively new one to me. I can hazard a guess, but I'll leave it to others who use the term to explain it. I do know, like for instance, there's a perennial debate over where people who are incarcerated should be counted as their residents, right? So when I was a reporter in New York, there was a fight over whether or not the folks who were incarcerated upstate New York, but perhaps overwhelmingly came from New York City, there should be counted as residents of the correctional facility in Attica or someplace upstate or Brooklyn. Obviously, if they're counted in upstate where their families aren't from, but where the correctional officers and their families live, then that gives more political influence upstate, and while taking it away from the folks in Brooklyn, or Queens or wherever and other places. And I know that dynamic plays itself out in a lot of states. I'll leave it to Brother Brown or Sister Myers to sort of talk about how that might play in North Carolina, Virginia. Those are two. That's another reason to to sort of to be involved, whether or not you are directly your family or your community is directly impacted by the prison industrial complex. or not. I mean, to me, it's just a basic justice issue, right? It's a matter of justice, equality, and fairness. That you know, I don't think one is looking to live, you know, for the rest of their lives, and so therefore they're just temporarily there for the state. So I would side on them being counted as living in, you know, where they come from, right? That would be the permanent residence. So you know, as I said, there are a whole host of different issues that are very important to pay attention to. I think one question you know, folks need to kind of consider, you know, a lot of our Congressional Black Caucus members, who are almost all exclusively Democrats, typically, not always, typically win with 78% margin because they're packed into overwhelmingly Democratic districts. Now, and when I worked for the caucus, we had 42 members of the caucus. Now there are over 50. Could we still have 50 or over 50 if many of them only won by 60% or 50%? And would that mean that there would be more Democrats who might support their agenda? I mean, these are some of the tough questions that come up in the redistricting. I'll leave it at that for the time being.
No problem. Mr. Palmer, I also want to let you know that there's a little feedback and pixelation when you respond, and I don't want people to miss what you're saying. So if there's anything you can do on your end to fix that, that would be great. Thank you.
I think when we talk about cracking, we look at it in terms of how a constituency is split to diminish their ability at the polls, the punch, so to speak, that they may have at the poll, whether it's split in red or blue or whatever. And I think a good example was in North Carolina when they took A&T College, and the street that ran through the college, there were, I think, 9 residence halls on one side and maybe 6 on the other side. And one side was in the 6th district and one side became the 13th district. And I think that it was probably in 2019 when they had to redraw and do some things with the maps that disenfranchised voters, that was changed. But that's kind of how they do to diminish your ability to elect those individuals who you feel would best represent you. And the packing is kind of just a difference in putting you all in one place and not allowing you to be able to vote for other people other than in that particular place. But I think that as people in North Carolina look at the 3 new maps that have been enacted, they certainly will see the terminology that comes with redistricting all across those maps as to how individuals' ability to vote has certainly been diminished. They have been disenfranchised. And of course, that's certainly going to lead to litigation within the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, did you have anything to add to that definition regarding cracking or defining of that term? Or?
And yes, I'll say something briefly. Just to concur with Ms. Barbara Myers as well as Mr. Palmer, cracking is basically when, you know, like when they spread a lot of people out throughout districting so it can make it harder for them to actually vote, so that, you know, especially people with a certain particular party. So my thing is, the majority minority is great for us to actually come together and gain that inclusivity, because when doing so, we can more so hinder the actual cracking. We can hinder these things by actually having our rights. Us knowing that the proper rights that we have, such as Section 2 of the Voting Rights in 1965, and us not being discriminated, no one can discriminate against us due to any type of race or color, things of that nature. Us having those rights, when we know them, we gain more power. We understand that sometimes the things that they're actually doing is criminal, or either some sort of they're very eloquent with intricately threading their own agenda within society, you know, through environmental structure, placing us in several different other places so it can make it harder for our people to actually vote, or either making sure that we're all bunched up, like she said, in one place, so we can feel as though, oh, it's too many people here to vote. I'm not going to go out and support. I'm not going to do these things. And my thing is, I urge everyone to actually properly educate themselves. I'm still doing the same. I don't know much. I'm very much gleaning from you all as well. But I think prison gerrymandering is a big thing as well. Counting someone who is in all actuality not within that district is wrong. To try to appease to your political party and try to take away from another one, it should be criminal. It's wrong. Because my thing is, this actually allows us not to get the proper provisions that we deserve. Within underserved communities, within all of these different districts, within, me, myself, within Richmond, Virginia, we're not getting everything that we deserve. There's asbestos in the schools, there's rat infestations within the schools. This is absurd. We're not getting the proper provisions that we need, that we deserve. In all actuality, even economic opportunities. Just like they were going to build the casino here, and we had to fight for African Americans or Black or brown people to even actually have the opportunity to have their hands within the pot. My thing is, I'm a Christian man. I don't gamble, but just as a certain scenario, how hard it is within the community to be able to voice your opinion or take part in certain things that could be of some sort of generation of revenue to you or your constituents. So my thing is just properly educating ourselves, having the right, using our rights to gain strength within our communities, having the proper inclusivity to be able to come together and say, hey, look, we won't stand for this. Hey, look, no matter what they try to do as far as cracking or separating us through all different type of districts, we're going to stand together. We're going to continue to vote, and we're going to properly educate ourselves on voting. So when time comes for us to vote, we'll know exactly who to pick. We won't just look at the outside or just look at the exterior of a certain party or a candidate due to what they're saying or televising on TV. We'll actually go deep down in the matter and understand the true essence of each candidate so that we can properly pick people who are going to provide for our people. Because as of right now, we're 30 to 40% below the poverty line. We're last place when it comes to any type of economic value or financial education. And it's terrible. So my thing is, I want to uplift my people. I love my people, and I stand for my people each and every day.
Great. We have a question in the Q&A that says, given that many recent changes which make it harder to vote in many states, what can we do to help the John Lewis Voting Act pass as a group? This would be life-altering legislation if passed. We know that there are power in numbers.
I think that we start out by having conversations within our communities and developing interest groups and talking with the NAACP, like in North Carolina, Democracy North Carolina, the Coalition for Social Justice, and those entities, and looking at how we can then approach our legislatures as a group, calling them, writing them, sending them emails, and helping them to understand the importance of. And I also think, in my opinion, we need to knock on the door of the White House and say, you are here because of us. What are the benefits that we can gain as a result of that? How are you going to protect us? But even involvement in grassroots organizations within your community can begin to make a difference. Learning the process within your community, being involved in meetings where decisions are made, and holding your legislators accountable, because in essence, they work for us.
Great, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Brown, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we need to be kind of realistic about what we're dealing with, and don't expect anything to happen overnight. God willing, it will happen overnight. I believe in the power of prayer, but let's be realistic about the history of this country, right? Our disenfranchisement politically, economically, spiritually, and educationally is baked into the founding documents of this country. It took a war to make us free. And from 1875 until 1957, somebody do the math, that's more than, almost 80 years, give or take. There was no civil rights bill passed, right? And then it took another, several more years for other civil rights bills, to be passed. And why were we able to get the traction and that momentum? Is because we had boots on the ground, right? And we were organizing. And so, for us to expect it to just happen overnight is not realistic. I mean, I think that, just as much as we're talking about redistricting right now in 2021, heading into 2022, we need to also be thinking about the census in 2030, right? And organizing, because if we have a legislative year to legislative year or presidential term to presidential term mindset, we will always be behind the 8 ball and never really make the progress that we want to make, right? I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, real quick. 3 things. I concur with both Ms. Barbara Myers as well as Mr. Palmer. 3 things. Know yourself, know your enemy, and know your environment. As he said, racism and bias and opinions and perception as well as stereotypes have been intricately threaded within our society, within our government, within our country, building monetary gain off the backs of, Black and brown people for hundreds of years, many generations. So my thing is, of course, participatory action plans, which gives you a set structure of how things should work. It also gives you an understanding of what it is that the people actually want. As you said, grassroots, making sure that you do organizing, canvassing, getting out, but also collective action. Also, like I said before, inclusivity. We have to come together. If we want these things to change, we have to get together. I was looking at something Martin Luther King said previously when he was speaking about drum major instincts and how sometimes we only come aboard looking to have selfish gain or things of that nature. But if we believe in something, if you truly believe, and I'm glad you asked that question, but my thing is, if we all truly believe that this is something that could get passed, there should be some sort of moral excellence about ourselves. We shouldn't be wanting to join non-profitable organizations for the fact of the matter being, oh, I look to gain something, whether it be monetary gain or some type of device that makes life easier for myself. No, it should be because I want to stand for something as a male or female within this country, and I know that this is right. I know that this is moral. I know that this has, it coincides with my value and principles, and I'm gonna move towards that. Brother Palmer was definitely right. If we look at it, we have to be realistic. That's the only way that we can take on this monster, is to see it for what it truly is. This is what understanding is, not to see it what it presents itself to be, but to see it for what it truly is. So my thing is, if we want to tackle this thing and we want to issue out John Lewis Act or what have you, we have to actually dig deep. This is not a thing that, we're just scratching the surface. We have to dig deep. We have to do participatory action plans. We have to do canvassing, gain collective action, gain inclusivity, understanding who stakeholders are, people who actually will advocate for you, people who actually like what you're talking about, and understanding who stakeholders are. Because to be honest, there are people who will actually negate the fact, whatever it is that you're fighting for. They may look in your face and say, yeah, we love this. But then in all actuality, behind closed doors, they're pushing a whole nother agenda. So my thing is, you have to know these things. You have to know who you're dealing with. Because if you want to get these laws passed, and this is with any law that basically advocates for Black or brown people, or even Christian people. You have to know who you're dealing with, because the simple fact is everyone is not your friend, and everything that glitters definitely isn't gold.
Agreed, agreed. Thank you. I'm going to bring our wonderful president, Sister Moore, into the conversation as our resident DC person on the line at the moment, to ask her how redistricting is different in the District of Columbia than it is in other states.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Jacqueline Manning is a commissioner. We have what we call advisory neighborhood commissions, and she's a commissioner. And today, one of her families in her district, their home burned, and she is assisting them, trying to help them find housing. But first of all, about the District of Columbia, we pay more taxes than in the residents of the state of Rhode Island, the state of Maine, but yet we have representation, we have taxation with no representation. So that being said, that's number one, how we differ from North Carolina, Maryland, and Virginia. The other way that we differ is this, and I have to say that we understand prison gerrymandering very well in the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia has no prisons. We used to have, our prison system used to be, and this is for males, in Virginia, actually, and that facility closed. So now persons who are incarcerated, who are District of Columbia residents, are incarcerated anywhere in the United States where there is a federal prison. And then what happens in these federal prisons is wherever they are, be it Texas, Oklahoma, Georgia, New Jersey, New York, wherever they are counted there when it comes to the census. They are not counted in the District of Columbia. They're counted wherever they are incarcerated. The other point about this, and this is off the point about redistricting, but just so you'll know a little bit about the District of Columbia. So you are incarcerated in New Jersey. Well, if that prison gets to a level that they have to bring some prisoners from New Jersey in and don't have space for them, you are then moved, District of Columbia resident who's incarcerated, maybe to Texas, maybe to North Carolina. And so you can imagine for some marginalized communities, it is difficult to go and visit people who are in Texas, who are in Oklahoma, who are in New Mexico. Because we don't have a prison system. So back to this, how are we different than in most states? Well, we don't have, our redistricting issue at this point is not so much around race, but it is around race when you think about our two communities that are marginalized, which are Ward 7 and 8. And the debate yesterday was our last public hearing, by the way. And when the debate is Ward 6, which includes Capitol Hill, has more residents, and you know, there is a range that you're supposed to have with this redistricting whole mapping system. It's between 84,000 and 90,000. That's how much you're supposed to have in a district. So we have in the District of Columbia that whole Capitol Hill area where they have taken over public schools and converted them to condominiums. They have torn down historical businesses, and they are now condominiums. So there is a big influx of population in Ward 6, and they have to give up people. They would have to give up in terms of the lines, that is, population. Well, they don't want to become part of those two marginalized wards. So that's what we are dealing with right now in the maps that we presented. And how can we get involved, missionaries? You can testify. I testified. You can get involved with the group by having map parties. And this is something you can think about. And you have experts like Sister Myers. You can have street map parties where you inform people about what these maps really look like and what it means for your community. And just advertising and ask people to come out to a map party, socially distancing, mask on, but you can do that outside and inform people at these mapping parties what is really going on with all of these maps. Because I think if people are informed, the more they inform, the more they get involved, then the better the chances are that some of these maps might not quite be drawn like some people want them to be drawn. So that's the major thing for the District of Columbia. Our redistricting lines really, when it comes to, we are majority Democratic city state, because we do have state responsibilities in the District of Columbia. But anyway, we don't have a lot of the issues that other states have when it comes to racism or racial gerrymandering, but we have it in terms of prison gerrymandering. We don't have the other issues in terms of cracking. We don't have those issues, but we do have issues where people who have just moved into the District of Columbia don't understand the history, don't really care about the history, want to draw maps that will further marginalize people and keep people out of their communities. So that's one of the, I think, the major difference in the District of Columbia and other states. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much. You almost went into a couple of my other questions, but that's fine. I know that we talked briefly about how redistricting is different in DC, how redistricting works in North Carolina. We can just touch on a little bit about how redistricting works specifically for Virginia. That would be great, Mr. Brown.
I'd like to pass on this question, if you don't mind.
No problem. That's completely fine. The next question, and anybody can feel free to answer, or each of you can answer, is what redistricting activity or project can WMS implement in their communities, or what organization can the Women's Missionary Society partner with?
I think Madam President just offered up some great ideas. I like the idea of a map making, or map party, especially as a little boy. I want to be a cartographer. That sounds like a lot of fun to me. So I just think, I don't have anything to add other than to echo what our president just said.
And I think I would also agree with that. I think the key to all of this is just the involvement, the engagement, and understanding the process. And there are also some workshops that are available. I know within some of the organizations in North Carolina that actually talks about this. I know there are organizations that within their confines, they teach people how to look at and draw the maps. And I think in North Carolina, a key understanding at this moment would be to look at the maps. If there are concerns, then talk to some of the people in organizations who can help you to write comments, because those comments can be submitted. If the portal is closed through the North Carolina General Assembly, then you can submit those comments to some of those organizations that are certainly going to be involved in litigation, because the comments can be used as a part of that legal process. And so I think you can look at those things and have conversations, and then maybe learn how to put your comments into place, whether you're talking about a community of interest, whether you're talking about how communities have been split, whatever your concerns are in regard to the maps that have impacted your area. Look at writing comments and submitting those, because as we move through the litigation process, they certainly will be.
Okay, great. Well, my last question for the group, and everybody or one person can feel free to answer that, is just to discuss how the census tract, what role do they play in redistricting?
The census is the key, because after the data comes out, it makes a determination about the apportionment of the seats that go with our congressional districts. And I think that's why early on, as April 1 came about, people were saying, please make sure that you fill out your census. Please make sure that you do the census. The census is confidential. And as Brother Palmer had also said, it falls into other categories. Money's coming into your community, programs and resources, and all of those things become a part of it. And so it's certainly bigger than it seems. And it didn't take but about 15 minutes to do. And so I think that that becomes an important entity in terms of what it means and how it makes a difference in our voting power and our strength in our communities, recognizing still that, you know, politics is local. So it trickles down to our home counties and communities.
We do have one question from Sister Jeanette Height. How does the redistricting affect the Black church and its presence in the communities that are no longer African American communities?
You know, I appreciate that question, and that's one. I think really, I mean, the redistricting is what it is. The church is where it is, and the line shift. But I think that's really a question in terms of, like, you know, what's the church's commitment to the community and to the city overall, right? You know, I mean, when Metropolitan was founded more than 180 years ago, it was founded in a predominantly Black community, a mixed income Black community, and now it's downtown, right? And there aren't a lot of residents in the neighborhood, although there are some, but you know, we as a church community are endeavored to be engaged in the broader Washington, D.C. community. One of the reasons why, you know, Pastor Lamar isn't with us now today is because, you know, he's part of an action around affordable housing. So making sure that the district can remain affordable for people of all incomes, right? So to me, while the question is sort of specific to redistricting per se, I think it's really a question about, at least I perceive it as a question about the church's broader commitment to the community as well, right? And you know, just because the congregation doesn't necessarily live in that community doesn't mean that they can't have influence, right? Doesn't mean that they and that's the work that we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be doing God's, you know, work, just regardless of like the politics. But if, you know, putting on my former political hat, there is real work you can do. You can organize, right? I mean, you know, people, I mean, elections are really about like three databases of voters, databases of volunteers, and databases of donors, right? So figure out, you know, where you can get in and fit in and make it work, right? So to me, that's how I would think about that question.
And then one other thing to remember about redistricting, it does not remove your neighborhood. You're still in your neighborhood. We're talking about lines. We're just talking about lines in these maps, so that the neighborhoods are still there. So that redistricting is not what's happening to our churches in the urban area. It's not redistricting, because we're just talking about lines. Neighborhoods are still there, but gentrification is what's happening in cities. The reason why, where we used to have large populations of Blacks where around our AME churches, that's why they aren't there now. It's not redistricting, because redistricting is just drawing these lines. The communities remain, but what happens is other people move into those communities, and then our people have to move out. And you know, in DC, we say that people moved out of DC and they moved to Ward 9, which is Prince George's County. I'm just saying, so redistricting and gentrification really, they aren't the same. So that's the reason why our churches, the communities are changing where our churches are, not because of drawing the lines, changing the lines for redistricting.
Great. Well, I don't believe we have any other questions in the Q&A, but I wanted to thank each of you for your time, contribution, and for sharing this information. We believe it is very important, and having an understanding regarding redistricting will allow us to make informed decisions and utilize our time to help situation. So I wanted to thank each of you again, and I will hand it back over.
Hand it back over to you.
Oh, to me?
President Moore, we did have one question for Sister Rita from the Virginia Conference. She said, is this something we can do with social action, having street map parties?
I think so. Yes. Yes, it is. Most definitely. You can have these street mapping parties. Most definitely to partner with the social action in your conference, your presiding elder district. Most definitely that is something that we could really do and have these mapping parties, street mapping parties. Yeah.
Well, if there are no further questions, then I will be looking for Sister Maria Davis from the North Carolina Conference to do the wheel of names for the door prize.
Good afternoon. North Carolina, our state motto says nothing compares. We know from the cities to the coast that nothing compares. So why should we boast? We show our missionary service through caring hearts and helping hands. We are missionaries in our white and blue. We are missionaries true. Nothing compares. North Carolina, with the spin of the wheel, we will see who we will celebrate today. We will celebrate one, but we all are real workers magnifying service. If we can spin the wheel now, please. And we congratulate Sister Patricia Spivey. Congratulations, Sister Patricia.
Congratulations, Sister Patricia. I believe now we're supposed to have a 5-minute stretch break. We can put the timer up for those 5 minutes before we move into the next session. Welcome back from your break. I hope everyone got to take a short bathroom break, stretch, and you're ready to start the next session. So our next topic of discussion is what it means to be a missionary, part 2. And for that discussion, we have 2 wonderful panelists from the Washington Conference, people I know very well. We have Miss Margaret Mass and Sister Shandell Renee Ivy. Welcome, welcome. I believe that they are on the panel. I can't see them for some reason. Oh, I see them. Okay. But I don't see. Okay, I see both of you now. Great, thank you. Thank you for joining us. I will briefly introduce both of them, but I will also allow them to introduce themselves because they are just so accomplished that their bios are filled with so many things. Just briefly about Sister Margaret Mass. She is a native of Rockingham, North Carolina, and is a graduate of the University of the District of Columbia with an Associate in Arts degree in Administration and Supervision, a Bachelor of Arts degree in Early Childhood Education with a specialty in Child Development and Nursery School Education. She was trained and certified as a nursing and cardiovascular technician from the Washington Hospital Center in Washington, DC. She has done further graduate studies in curriculum and instruction with a focus on standards and best practices in reading and math master's doctorate certificate from the Trinity College, also in Washington, DC. Her Christian education maturation has covered many years and positions, including coordinator of Saturday Academy at Pilgrim and Me, class leader, local commissioner for the Debutantes and Master's Program, Stewardess Board and Nursing Unit. She is the president of the Leela M. Jackson Women's Missionary Society at Pilgrim. She served as the local YPD director and secretary, the Washington Conference PME director for 7 years, and the Episcopal PME director for 9 years. She currently serves as the connectional PME director of the Women's Missionary Society of the African Methodist Church, where she is responsible for the development and distribution of the mission education curriculum of the society worldwide. And she has held this post with distinction since 2015. Ms. Mass is married to Robert, the mother of 4, grandmother of 6, and she is a member of Pilgrim and Me Church in DC and is Christian child of God and an advocate for children and inspired and motivated by the following scripture daily. Therefore, my brother and sisters, stand firm, let nothing move you. Always give yourself fully to the work of the Lord, because you know that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. 1 Corinthians 15:58. Next, we have one of my favorites, Sister Shandell Ivy, who currently serves as the treasurer of the Connectional Women's Missionary Society. She has formerly held positions of the 2nd Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society treasurer for the last 5 years, the 2nd Episcopal District Women's Missionary Society member at large, representing the young adult missionaries for 7 years. In this position of member at large, she not only actively served the 2nd Episcopal District Executive Board, but represented in the planning and attending of the inaugural Young Women Initiative Empowerment Conference. At the seat of the 2016 General Conference, Shandell was recognized with the Sarah Allen Trailblazer Award for Young Adult Missionaries by the Connectional Society. She is a member and the Chief Financial Officer of Turner Memorial AME Church in Hyattsville, Maryland, and is an integral part of the missionary, where she serves on the steward board, the first vice president of the Joanna Morris Women's Missionary Society, and she was awarded the 8-year director pin at the 2019 quadrennial. She received a Bachelor of Science degree from Delaware State University, where she received a 4.0, and she received her master's degree in accounting from the University of Maryland University College. She is the eldest child of Melvin and Charlene Ivy, a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and above all, she is a child of God. Her biblical mantra is Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who welcomes me. Welcome you both. And thank you again for being a part of this panel. I would like to start with Sister Mass. And because the title of this section is what does it mean to be a missionary, I would like you to tell me your definition and what you feel it means to be a missionary, especially as the Connectional PME Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Excuse me. First of all, I know that all of you have come before and said what it means to be a missionary. So we are pretty much clear being missionaries as to what the definition is. However, for me, and I'm excited about being a missionary, I still am after all these years. But I think that I'm more impacted when I think of what it means to be a missionary by our mission statement. The fact that we are called to strengthen our faith. Now, once we're called to strengthen our faith, and our faith is being strengthened each and every day, then we're sent to, excuse me, we are sent to continue the ministry of Jesus Christ. And we know that he had a mighty ministry and all that he did and all that he is still doing. But we're doing that through our service and through our witness to the world. So that's what being a missionary is for me, is that we're carrying on the work that was started by Jesus Christ. And we're doing it through service and through our witness to the world. And there is a lot to be done. There is a lot of service, a lot of needs. And we found that we have been called to discipleship according to our purpose as well, to grow in the knowledge and the experience of God through Christ Jesus. So therefore, being a missionary means to support the church ministries, to support other people, as well as those that we know and that we do not know, but those who have needs, whatever it is that is needed. When we used to say, what would Jesus do? To me, that's the way we look at it when we think in terms of missionaries. What is that need? Whether it be hunger, whether it be the lack of clothing, just support, encouragement, help with children, groceries, whatever the need is. To me, that's where the missionary steps in. And that role becomes very evident at that point.
Okay, Sister Ivy, I have the same question for you as the connectional treasurer.
Good afternoon, everybody, to the protocol, to the people, everyone on the panel, everyone part of the discussion today. Thank you for having me with you. To answer Sister Desiree's question, to me, what does being a missionary mean? Ultimately, to me, it means serving God. And I look at that in two different aspects. I look at serving God through serving this great organization known as the Women's Missionary Society and serving God's people. So looking at it from an organizational side and then serving God's people. From an organizational side, we can use our skills and our gifts to help better the organization, to help benefit the organization, such as Sister Mass being an educator and working with the PME, myself being an accountant, working as a treasurer, using our skills and our gifts that God has given us to help better, to help strengthen this organization. If you're a teacher, teach. If you're an organizer, plan. Use your gifts that God has given you to help strengthen the organization. The other aspect of this is serving God's people. What does that mean? Meeting people where they are, being humble, being compassionate, being real, being not judgmental. When we are serving God's people, we're meeting people who have needs. We do not need to bring pretentiousness and attitudes, because we're there just to serve God people, to represent who God is and how he has moved in each one of our lives. And we want to make sure that when we serve his people, they see the God in us. And if we take that a step further, being a missionary to me means commitment. All of us have different focuses. We're pulled 10,000 different directions, but we must be committed to the work, and we must follow through with what we say we're going to do and serve with excellence. There are people out there in need. There's work for us to do. If we say we're going to do it, we need to do it. That's being a true missionary, and we have to do it with an attitude of gratefulness, an attitude of humility, an attitude of compassion, just so people will see the God in us.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate you. I believe we have, oh, sorry, that was not a question, Q&A for you guys. So I will continue with my questions. I would like to ask each of you, what has been your most memorable experience as a missionary? And it could be at any level of being a missionary, but if you have one specifically on the connectional level, that would be great as well. I will start with you, Sister Math.
There have been many experiences that just have been great for me. And since you're asking about connection, I will go there, but I do want to just say this prior to that. This that we're having today, this particular workshop, was very motivating for me many, many years ago, because we used to do this in the 2nd District. We would have retreats, you know, and we would have a day of that. We would travel to different places. And I remember a very memorable one was when Sister Shirley Reed was in Richmond, when her husband was pastoring there. And we had one of our retreats there. And I went to that retreat and I was really excited about going. And because we're going to have all this training. And with the training, all the missionaries were working. And I was very impressed by that. Sister Reed was in the kitchen cooking and with her apron on, and people were carrying things and doing things, and everybody just got in. Although we did the training, we also did what was needed, you know, and that, you know, so I said, okay, this is real. These are real folks going about our daily work that God has ordained, you know, us to do. So that was very impressive for me. On the connection, I have been really delighted, pleased, and honored for the opportunity to serve. Yes, being an educator and the fact that writing has always been one of my favorite hobbies and pastimes. The opportunity to meet with people across this connection and to get this book together, that is quite a responsibility, but to read and to dialogue with people about today's topics or those things that are of interest to them, and to just share those feelings and get different perspectives and be able to then publish what people are thinking and saying. That's very important to me on a connection level, because we cannot do mission work if we don't have a mission. And the yearbook provides us with themes and topics to think upon and to look at how we can advocate and how we can develop meaningful mission thrusts. So that's been very important to me and very exciting and very rewarding, that we are able to come away with mission thrusts that you can go back to your own society, district, or whatever level and be able to share and get done, to add to your list of mission work.
Sister Ivy, the same question is posed to you.
One of my favorite memories, experiences of being a missionary probably goes back to, honestly, when I was like 17, I was going into my senior year of high school, and I was a YPDer, and we were going to the 16th Episcopal District on a mission trip to Kingston, Jamaica. And, you know, you hear all this great stuff about Jamaica, and Jamaica's a great place, but we were not in the touristy part of Jamaica. We were not in the beachy part of Jamaica. We were in the heart of Jamaica, and we were there to do true mission work. We were painting buildings, we were building buildings, we were moving cinder blocks down the street, we were laying mortar, we were working in the Jamaican heat and the Jamaican sun. But the work was just so rewarding, you know, and at 17, you don't realize it until you get older about the experiences, like, oh, wow, you know, I was making a difference. You know, you're just like, oh my gosh, this is not how I want to spend my summer vacation. But it just proved, like, just looking back on it, to have had that experience, to just be a part of something and just to serve God's people, and just to, you know, put your hand to the plow and do the work. It was definitely rewarding for me. And it's definitely an experience I always remember and I always reference when someone asks me about my missionary journey, my missionary work. I've had the pleasure, as Sister Desiree said, of serving as YPD director and seeing the impact we make on our youth, and just how we can change lives and mold their lives, even from a YPD director position. It's just rewarding. It's no words that can even go into how impactful that is on our lives. You know, we impact the youth's lives, but they also pour into us. And that's just amazing. From a connectional standpoint, I am just honored to serve. That's just my biggest reward, my biggest memory. I'm honored to serve. I'm grateful to be in the position I have as a young adult missionary to serve as connectional treasurer of this great organization. I'm thankful for the support of our leadership, both on the organizational level and the district who had faith in me and believed in me and pushed me. I'm just grateful to serve. That in itself is an rewarding experience, a memorable experience for me to just sit in the seat of connectional treasurer at this stage in my life.
Amen, amen. So I won't bombard you with questions, but I do have one last question for you. Being though you have both served on multiple levels of the WMS, what for you, Sister Ivy, what are common misconceptions that younger missionaries have regarding older missionaries and the work of the Missionary Society? And how do you think we can bridge that gap and shift those perspectives?
So I think one of the misconceptions, and I can speak for myself, I can't speak for everybody. One of the misconceptions that I think some younger missionaries have is that our older missionaries are stuck in their ways and they're rigid, and that is definitely not true. They are very welcoming, they are open, they want to receive our ideas. I'm not saying they're ready to pass the baton, but they are ready to share the baton. As I just mentioned, I have some great mentors in this organization. Our own president, Sister Moore, our past president, Sister Conley, the legend, Sister Piola McCaskill. And I'm not going to name any more names. I'm going to just call out those few, but they have been such great mentors, and seeing them as missionaries makes me want to be a better missionary. And so as a younger person in the society, there are missionaries out here, a lot of them are on this call that are willing to share. We just have to, have the patience to talk to them and get to know them, not pushing them aside, not pushing them out the door, because we're learning from them just as they learn to us. We can bring a freshness to the organization while honoring and respecting and learning from these mentors. And one thing we can do just to help bridge that gap, as Sister Moore said in her presentation this morning, young people, they want to do the work. They might not necessarily want to sit in the meetings. They want to do the work. They want to put their hands to the plow. They want to get it done. So when we bring in young missionaries, let's bring them in with the spirit of, let's just get them on the fields to do the work. And then we can slowly integrate them into the monthly meetings they're out there, they want to do the work. We just have to maybe alter how we integrate them into this great society.
Amen, amen. Sister Mask, I propose the same question to you, just in the reverse, is what common misconceptions do older missionaries have regarding younger missionaries doing the work, and how do you think we can bridge the gap and shift those perspectives?
I really don't think that, we know there's always a few here and there, but I don't think it's a large group of missionaries who have misconceptions with the younger people. I think that what has happened is about communication. And I think sometimes the younger people, when they are before us or grouping with us or whatever, their expectation of us, I think that the older members sometimes think, well, they do think, like Chandel said, they're going to just be stuck in their ways. So they may not open up to us. So, we feel like, okay, we have this, but we're not going to really get a positive reaction or result, because they're not going to open up to us, because they already have decided that we're these old fogies and, we're not open to new ideas or whatever. And I think it's about communication. I think that when we come together with them, like if it's a training, for example, or a meeting or any event, that the occasion, knowing what it's for, why we are there, and the fact that we are receiving them with loving arms, and that we want them to be a part, and we want to bridge that gap, because there is so much we can learn from the younger ones, and there are things that they can learn from us. That mentoring, we go, and I will use this term just for educational purposes. I guess we go by the book. We have discipline. We have bylaws and constitutions, And although some people may feel, well, we don't want to do it that way, that is what we are governed by. So I think that that once we get through training, once people understand that we, first of all, like what we did today, the video, the AME Church, what it's about, being first Christians, because you have to want to, to do the mission work and be interested. The fact that that Christianity piece is there. And the fact that we do have rules and bylaws and a constitution to govern us, being AME. That once we know that, then I think we can come to common ground. We can sit down and talk. Okay, this is what we have to do. Now, how do we do this? What is your suggestion? What is a different strategy? And then we can really learn from each other. And I think we will begin to see those gaps closing up. And also, just to comment briefly on what Sister Solaria did say earlier in Shandell, the fact about coming to meetings. A lot of the older ones don't want to come to meetings. I don't know what's going to happen when we're really back at it, because some people gotten so comfortable with virtual things, but the fact that they do want to work. And I think that's what's important, because it's about the work. We have the meetings because we have to have meetings and we're supposed to have meetings, but they are willing to work. And I really think that if we did some things that invited them to do certain work that they are interested in, their focus, that we would really see things coming together. Years ago, we used to do units. And as the new members came in, the younger ones at that time, all of the new members are not so young in terms of age, but when we had that, then those units had certain things they did. Coming under the first vice president, they had different things that they did. And I remember when I was a new missionary, that we worked at St. Elizabeth Hospital, was what my unit did, and the nursing home. So, we had different things that we were doing. And when we come together for our meetings, we were able to bring back those reports. But everybody seemed happy and excited because they were actually engaged in those parts and those activities that they were interested in. So I think that's worth a try.
No problem. We had one question and answer from Sister Patricia Jennings. She said that she believes that she can make the greatest impact on the local level. Is it okay if you elect not to serve on the conference or district level, but continue to serve the Lord and help the people?
I'm sorry, her question is it okay?
Is it okay to elect not to serve on the conference or district level, but continue to serve, I guess, at the local level and help them?
Of course, I would think so at any level that you could serve, as long as you're doing God's work and you're serving Him, and you're witnessing and by your service. So I would think that at any level, that would be great. That's fine. That's acceptable to God.
What Sister Matt said, exactly.
Well, I want to thank you both again for your time and for your contributions to this conference. I don't believe we have anything else in the Q&A. Do we have anything else in there?
I'd like to ask Sister Mask a close, personal, and encouraging question to help us, the PME directors on the conference level and the area levels and local presidents. What can we do to help encourage not only older missionaries, but the younger missionaries to step out and become PME directors on whichever level they will, encouraged to do?
Like I said in the beginning, our mission statement says we are called. And some of us have different roles, career choices. We don't always like to do the same thing. But of course, those persons who are interested in writing, because that is a major role with PME. And I'm glad, Sister Cecilia, that you brought that up, because we know that some people are elected or appointed in offices, and they don't know what the work is about. Now, we know that we have to be trained. That's not the issue. The issue is they're there and they're, okay, now what am I supposed to do? One of the most important things, and if they look at their constitution and bylaws and what the roles are, writing is one of them. So if you have people who are really just not interested in writing, then that may be a different chore altogether. But those who are, to talk to them about their opportunity and the fact assuring them that there will be training. We have a dialogue every year, you know, in between that, any training that's needed, that you will be trained as to how to write, on what we do to write, and whatever assistance that you need thereafter will be granted. I do think that it's important, and I know that for the Washington Conference anyway, with new leadership in terms of YPD, there is a youth speaks in our missionary book, our yearbook, and a lot of the young people have not seen it. Yes. Well, a lot of the missionaries have not seen it. Okay, and that's where they have already contributed. They are writing from all over the districts, and at the last quadrennial, award was given to the district who has submitted the most. And it's interesting because we have about 4 or 5 districts that will submit 20 to 30 pieces to go just in our yearbook. So there are other young people who are writing, and if we can encourage them and point them to that direction, I think that in itself speaks for itself, because they'll see, oh, there are people writing. What are they writing and what are they thinking? And they look and see that they're thinking some of the same things that, you know, we are. And they submit prayers, they submit litanies, they submit poems, you know, and they even have little articles, whatever our topic is. And I think that's an excellent way to motivate them to do things, direct them to that part of our yearbook.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No problem. Awesome. Thank you again, both of you, for your time and for being on this panel, for being missionaries as long as you have been missionaries and doing the work, as you said, which is very important. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude for that as well. Next, no problem. Is there anything either of you wanted to say before we wrap this session?
I wanted to say just one thing.
No problem.
And we've touched upon it, and that's about bringing people into the missionaries period. And like I said, it doesn't really matter in terms of age, but I do think that with our young people and just talking to them, when I say younger people, childbearing, and those who have families, I think that there's some things that we can go back and look at, the tutorial programs, or creating and having events for kids so that their parents are freed up to join us and come to our meetings, and offering them, extending to them just invitations to attend our events. Sometimes we just run our people down, so to speak, and like, you want to come, we want you to join us. Well, what are you? So I think that we've given people an opportunity to come sit in a meeting or attend one of our events, or one of the activities that we are doing, and that we can just kind of get them, you know, acclimated that way. Let them see what's going on, even with our lessons and our yearbooks, those kinds of things, what our service does entail, you know, that we would probably give us a better opportunity, in other words, to invite and get new people to come in. And once they get in, to stay in, because to know that we are there for them, to support them in whatever thing. Sometimes younger people, as well as older, think that because they have certain situations going on in their lives, that it's not appropriate for them to be a part of something else. You know, they have in their minds, well, I have to do this. No, you know, we need to clear that slate. We need to open that door and let them know that, you know, this is Christ. We are doing what, and it entails all of us, and to just get them in and keep them in with us by being there for them as a support system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great advice, great conversation between the both of you. I believe that everyone in the chat is giving you guys kudos. So, you know, feel free to write them back and tell them that you appreciate their support. But thank you all guys. And I believe now I'm going to call up Sister Deborah White, the second vice president of the Virginia Conference, so she can give our final door prize away. Sister White?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. To God be the glory for the wondrous things he has done on this day. To all of my missionary sisters, good afternoon. Protocol has been established, and I'd also like to recognize our Virginia president, Sister Rita Willis, And Virginia, we know we are for lovers here in Virginia because we love to serve. We love being missionaries. We love our people. So this afternoon, we're going to show a little love to our Virginia missionaries. And hopefully, just hopefully, I can share this screen. Let's try and see what'll happen here. There we go. And here we go. Oh, we have Jay White Williams. Congratulations. Virginia loves you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And now I'll hand it over to Sister Peggy Ricks so we can get closing remarks, closing prayer, and the benediction.
Thank you, Sister Desiree. You have done a marvelous job this afternoon motivating the seasoned missionaries and bringing on our intergenerational missionaries to have a conversation. That was beautiful. I want to say at this time, our afternoon and day has been well spent, but it has been a pleasurable day. And we want to invite and welcome back to the platform our Episcopal Supervisor, Mother Davis, and our Episcopal President, Sister Celeria Moore, and maybe Bishop may peek in at the end.
Okay.
And if Sister White, if you could stop your share, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. First of all, I have to thank Bishop and Mrs. Day and Mother Davis for allowing us to have this Mission Institute. We just praise God and thank you for allowing us to do this. I also have to thank, I have to thank the conference that registered the highest number of individuals, and that was the Washington Conference with 115 registrants.
Amen.
So we just praise God for you and thank you for your registration. I am just hoping, and I have to thank the presenters. Thank you, presenters, for sharing your gifts and your expertise with us to give today. We are just so thankful that you did this. It is just my prayer and that you heard the voice of God today whispering to you to tell you how your society can expand the work of missions, building the kingdom of God through mission work. I think that God probably spoke to all of us and gave us all some little nuggets, some little whisperings in our ears about some of the things that we can do to do mission work, still with excellence, still with our foundation, but expanding upon that to be those foot soldiers for God, to do that unglamorous work in kingdom building through missions. So thank you all so much for coming. And I have to say, our background people, Tanya, thank you so much. Reverend Gloucester, thank you so much. Peggy Ricks, thank you. Sheila, all of the PME directors, all of the second vice presidents, all Desiree, thank you so much. It's just been a blessing. It has been a blessing. And we just pray and hope that God spoke to you and that you heard from God a direction that you should go. I know we did in terms of the Episcopal District. So I just hope that you did too. Thank you, all these second vice presidents who were like, oh, spinning the wheel, but you did an excellent job. You represented your conferences. Thank you so much, everyone, for this day. And the supervisor will be right back in a minute. She will return. But it's good to hear that conversation between Chandel and Sister Mass, because actually, when you have these conversations, you find out that we aren't that different after all, because there are some of us who don't like to go to meetings either, but we just like to do the work. And I think if we let people know that that's okay, you don't have to. You just, if you want to do the work, just do the work, and that's all that we ask of missionaries. Um, I always say that, and people say, well, you know, people should come to meetings. Yes, you can come sometimes, but I don't want us to turn anybody away because they haven't been to a meeting. But if they're doing the work of missions, then that's what we want. We want those foot soldiers on the ground. And what I'm going to do is put in the chat, and I will also send to the conference presidents the YouTube channel so that you can look at the training that we did, that they're all on YouTube. And as I said, currently the trainings for presidents, third vice presidents, the secretaries, historiographer, statistician, I know those four on there, and the rest of the officers training will be on the YouTube channel next week or week after next. So it is my pleasure to just present to you our illustrious, God-fearing, praying Episcopal Supervisor, Mother Aurelius Davis.
Wow, Madam President, this has been outstanding. We have had a very productive and informative institute. First, let me say to the moderators, Sister Peggy and Sister Desiree, you all have done an outstanding job. To all of our presenters, Dr. Hatcher, Dr. Zelda, Dr. Vanessa, Sister Cece, and Sister Meyer, and I believe it was Mr. Parmore, and I think it was Mr. Brown. Thank you for sharing the wealth and most needed information with the Second Episcopal District of the Women's Missionary Society. Thank you for all of the service that you have rendered today. Now, kudos, commendations, applause. Thank you, Madam President, and your planning committee for presenting such an outstanding institute, bringing us information that will make us better so we can expand our mission work. Madam President, thank you for, let me say, all of the timely and teachable moments during this institute. I do believe that we are going to rise to the challenge and meet the needs of those people who are hurting in our world. Madam President, another thing, thank you for reminding us who we are in the African Methodist Episcopal Church as a missionary, but most importantly, whose we are in Jesus's name. Sister Celeria Moore, I believe you understand that leadership is not about being the best, but leadership is about making others better. And I believe through this institute, all of us have become better. Again, to the entire Second Episcopal District, our extended church family, thank you for all that you do. Always remembering that the work is all divine and only what you do for Christ. I'm hoping that Dr. Shirley Kaysen-Reed is still on there. I want to say thank you for gracing us with your presence. Mother Parks, Mother Theodora Burr, Reverend C, and Reverend Rowena. Thank you, all of us. They are part of us. And then to our connectional officers. Sister Mass, you were just wonderful. I enjoy what you have said about your experiences today. And then to that young lady, my goodness, you said it, we must give them an opportunity for them to demonstrate their gifts and talents in our society. That is, if our society is going to keep working and keep growing, we must get our young people involved. And I tell you why. They are talented, they are creative, they have the money too. The only thing that they generally do not have time, and that is time to sit and come in a meeting. But we still must expose them to the work of mission because, well, I don't know, I can speak for myself. My stepsisters are getting a little slower. So we must invite those young women, as you say, Sister Margaret, who can write for the teachable book that you are so involved with. So again, Madam President, I'm telling you, God is just wonderful. He's merciful, and he is so faithful when we are faithful to him. So again, we thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Yo amo a todos. Yo lo amo a todos. Bendiciones. God bless you.
God bless you, Mother Davis.
And we are ready for our closing prayer. We're going to call upon Sister Linnell Taylor. Is she on the platform?
I don't see her. Mm-mm. Could we have Sister Kim give us the closing prayer?
Sure, and I'm looking for her. There she is.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Kim, do you mind, or will you unmute? Or
she may have stepped away.
Okay. Mother Parks commented. She is present.
So Peggy, you can close us out.
Absolutely, I don't mind.
Before she does, we need to keep Sister Peggy lifted in prayer. I guess about 3 hours ago, she was informed that one of her uncles transitioned today, about 3 hours ago.
And I know you're praying because we're all here on the same platform, and our minds are going and we're getting ourselves situated. We're calling on the name of Jesus. Most holy, all-wise God, our Heavenly Father, we, your children, we, your humble children, have come this afternoon. God, we're just returning to you just some more and sincere thanksgiving for allowing us to come to this point. Oh God, what we have heard this day, let it fall on fertile ground. Oh God, let us be those missionaries that want to magnify the service. Let us be those people going about and still continuing to be committed to the work. Let us serve others with gladness, oh God. Please let us remember those who are sick, incarcerated, those who don't have, and those who are marginalized. And oh God, as we remember those, we'll be better persons because we'll be able to put ourselves in those situations and say how grateful we are because you are a merciful and gracious God. Oh God, as we leave this place and we take what we have discovered today and we develop those plans in our minds, let us be deployed to go out into the vineyard and do the work of missions. We ask and we pray in your name. Thank you, Jesus. Amen. It is now time for our missionary benediction.
the spirit of Christian nations. Enter every heart. This we ask in Jesus' name.
Let us go forth and do the work. You all have a nice afternoon. It's cold here in Virginia.
It's cold here too.
All
It's
right.
cold here too.
It's cold here too.
Ooh.
Enjoy your afternoon. God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
God bless
Thank
everyone. Great job, President Moore.
Thank you, Cece.
Yes.
Great job.
I mean, everyone, really.
God bless you all. It was wonderful.
Um,
Wonderful. Phyllis.
Reverend
Great
Gloucester.
job, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Glad to be with you all day.
Great job moderated and
Have a blessed
Bill playing.
God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend.
God bless. Oh, you're
Yes.
welcome. God bless.
Wonderful.
Will
God
there
bless.
be some type of transcript? Some of those things we weren't able to get to write down so that we can use the information.
It was recorded.
Okay.
I started recording late.
You mean the chat, from the chat?
Questions and answers and the chat.
I don't know if all that's going to be captured.
Okay. Okay. Well.
And I do have Barbara Hatcher emailed me her the things she put in the chat.
Okay. Because some of, hey, Miss West.
Hi. Just want to say hi to you all. I enjoyed the Institute today.
Dr. Bridget, thank you again. And Tanya,
you're
thank
welcome.
you so much.
Yeah, Tanya.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
For doing that yeoman job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sister